All right. Hello, everybody. This is Jake from Bearded Gear, and I am joined today for podcast number 3 with my buddy Sean, aka Geared Toward Gear. Sean has been on YouTube for way longer than I have, and we met each other, I think, through Facebook originally from what is now the Sharp Spot, or what is now Edge Addicted, used to be Sharp Spot. Am I right?
Yeah, that had to have been it, because we're both moderators in that group. So yeah, that had to have been the first connection, I think, was Sharp Spot, which is now Edge Addicted.
Yeah. It's definitely possible that like I was following you on Instagram before that or something, but I think that's the first place where we really interacted.
Right, for sure.
Very cool. So, Sean agreed to come on this podcast, and neither of us have a plan. We're just going to kind of chat and talk. This is actually the first time that we've video chatted or phone called or anything of the sort. It's all been virtual up to this point, but I feel like I know Sean because I watch his YouTube channel. And so I've heard his voice. I know what he sounds like, although he's usually tabletop style. So we're getting more of his face than people usually do here in the EDC world. But this should be a fun one.
I'm super excited, man. Like, more so than I can probably describe. I'm actually going to put on my dorky blue light filtering glasses that I wear at work.
No judgment here.
But thanks for having me. First of all, I'm super stoked to chat, and I was thinking maybe I should change my channel name to Beard Toward Gear or something
Beard
like
Toward
that.
Gear.
Yeah, that would.
My brother. My oldest brother is into knives. Both my brothers are, but my oldest brother spends a lot more money on knives than our other brother does. And not like I do, but he's kind of like the halfway between me and our other brother. Anyways, when I started my channel and I called it Bearded Gear, he keeps like a little bit of the slight facial hair, like stubble. And so he joked that he was going to make a channel called Scruff Stuff since I was Bearded Gear. And he still hasn't done it. The invitation is open. I'm not afraid of competing with him, but I always think it's funny that a lot of people ask all the time, like, well, what happens if you shave your beard? Well, what will you call the channel then? It's like, simple. I just won't shave my beard, and then we'll be fine.
That solves that. And why would you, right? Like, why would you rightfully shave your beard? No reason. You actually brought up a good point, or a talking point rather, when you talked about your brothers. I have one older brother, and he's not into the EDC thing. But I'm always curious, like, in my close circle of friends, like that I, have grown up with, that I have physical contact with, there's probably one or two who carry a knife every day. They can appreciate it, but they're not into the hobby. They're not into the Instagram thing. And really the entirety of my knife community circle is virtual. It's Instagram, it's Facebook, it's YouTube. Do you have anybody like actual face-to-face interaction with buddies who are like as into it as you are?
So the only people I know who are as into it as I am, that I'd say like you said, are in the hobby, not just like people who carry a knife, would basically be people that I've met through the hobby. And a few of them I've met in person, but I still don't have like regular meetups with anybody who's really into it. There was a little bit where a couple of my friends, one of them moved out of state. One still lives just right down in Orange County, but we were getting together like once every month or two, and we'd grab dinner and talk knives. This would have been like 2 years ago now. And I still see my other buddy, Kyle, who they were actually both named Kyle, which is funny. I know way too many Kyles.
Well, I was just, your last podcast I was listening to, and
so that's actually a different Kyle, but we would meet up and we'd go just find a restaurant that was kind of central, and we'd hang out and like eat dinner, and then we'd sit in the trunk of one of our cars and just all bring a bunch of knives and hang out and talk for a while. And that was really my first like knife hangout. And then since then, I've met a couple other local people, like Alex from Alex's Knife Box. He's pretty local. We filmed a video together once. Nick Rogers from Niche Designs. He's pretty local. We've met up a couple of times. And so there's a few people that I'm kind of meeting, especially now that I've kind of joined the YouTube segment of the knife world. But yeah, there's nobody like from my life growing up who's in the hobby. A lot of my best friends growing up, I guarantee you there's a knife in their pocket right now. But they're not like they don't care what knife that is, you know?
Yeah, no, same with me. I've given so many knives to my close friends because I've like cringed when I've seen what they're carrying, because they're there's we have similar hobbies, and they tend to be, you know, pretty self-sufficient blue collar kind of guys. So they always have a pocket knife, but I've seen too many Smith and Wessons and things like that where I'm like gifting knives constantly to say, like, just step up your game a little bit. You don't have to get into the hobby, but here's something that'll maybe serve you a little better. So that's cool. And I've noticed that, especially in California and up the Pacific Northwest, it seems like a lot of dudes that I've gotten to know are in that part of the country. But as I've like sold knives and bought knives, I'm always shocked at how many people I'm like shipping a knife to, and they live like less than an hour from me. So
Yeah.
I'm starting to like find these people here and there. I know there's more than just me out there, so that's cool that
Right.
you've been able to do some meetups like that.
Yeah. It's enlightening too. Like now 3 years in a row, I've gone to California Custom Knife Show,
Yeah,
and that's like 40 minutes from where I live. It's real
right.
close. And so the first time I went, I was shocked that there were that many people that were that into it to go to a knife show in Southern
Right.
California. But yeah, the more I've gotten into not only content creation, but like Facebook groups and stuff, where you're
Yep.
not just seeing people's weird like Instagram screen names, but you're seeing
Yeah.
actual human beings.
Yep.
I've just noticed a lot more people, and especially because I post local hiking stuff. A lot of
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
are always asking me like, "Oh, where are you hiking?" I'm from, and they say like a city that's right by me, and it's like, "Oh, you're literally I live within a very close proximity of a lot of people." But it's
That's
also
super
weird
cool.
unless you've talked to someone a lot to meet up
Right.
in person when you've only interacted with them digitally.
Right.
So
Right.
a
And
double-edged sword.
you're near Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, so I live in the Pasadena area, which is
Okay.
in LA County. It's kind of
Yeah.
northwest of the like actual downtown LA, and I'm right up against the San Gabriel Mountains, kind of in the foothills of
Nice.
the mountains. And
Beautiful.
that's where I do most of my hiking, which a lot of people wouldn't guess if they aren't familiar with what actual Southern California is like. That like these
Right.
crazy remote places that I hike to are less than an hour drive from downtown LA.
Yeah, California is weird. I'm actually a native Californian, believe it or
Oh,
not.
I
I
didn't
was
know that.
born, yeah, I'm from the Monterey area, Bay Area.
Okay.
When I was pretty young, we moved to the East Coast and then ultimately to Texas.
Hmm.
When I was, we've been in Texas for probably 20 years at this point. But yeah, California's, for as many things as there are that, you know, maybe they could do a little better. The topography, the scenery, and just how quickly things change from surf to ski is pretty incredible. And I think you're right. A lot of people don't realize that you can be in downtown LA 1 minute and an hour later you're in the mountains hiking. So I think that's awesome. You have access to those locations, because I think it
Yeah.
adds a lot to your videos, especially. Um, I've really been digging the stuff that you've been doing, and the fact that you do it with the camera on you is something I appreciate, because I don't know. I'm sure there's others that I watch that do that occasionally, maybe, but not like kind of as a dedicated standard like you do. So
Yeah. So I can't say I invented that format. It's not like I'm the first person to do a knife review with the camera facing me. But I have been excited to see more and more people have started doing that, at least sprinkling it
yeah,
in. Um, and I've got nothing against tabletop format. I watch it like crazy, obviously.
right.
I consume a ton of knife content in just about every form that it exists, but I get a better sense of like how engaged someone actually is with the words that they're saying when I can see their facial expressions, and I can tell, like, you can read a
Yep.
person differently when you see their face. That's how I think traditionally human interaction is supposed to kind of happen. And so I just feel I get a much better read on not necessarily like honesty versus dishonesty, but like level of interest that someone has. And I think that shows through, I hope, in my videos. When I'm really excited about a piece, then my body language and my facial expressions and all that kind of go along with the words that I'm saying. And
Yeah,
it's also just what I'm comfortable with. So it's what's easier for me.
yeah. Being able to see, like in your case, being able to see your mannerisms, your facial expressions, um, like, and I've started to like subconsciously pick up on certain things that you might do, and I think you're right. It adds a lot, because if all you're seeing are two hands, like in a video that I might do, and hearing the audio, you're that's like 20%, right? You're
Right.
missing the vast majority of the actual communication that's happening. So
Right.
to be able
To
to see
be
your
fair,
face.
though, I think a lot of people aren't watching gear videos for the human element, or they at least don't think they are. Because
Yeah.
especially when I started my channel, I got I love the negative comments. I get a huge
Oh,
kick
they're the
out of it.
best, aren't they?
It's so many where people are like, show the knife more. I can hardly see the knife. Like, and so I've tried to, in some ways, incorporate like more of me showing the knife, or if I've got time for it, I'll shoot some B-roll, which at least gets sprinkled in.
Right.
But there was a lot of resistance from people who had been used to consuming knife content a certain way, because they feel like they have to just look at the knife the whole time. That's all they want to see. And they want to know the specs, which I don't even talk about. And like, so
Right.
the fact that I kind of broke the mold in some way, again, not claiming I was a pioneer and the first person to do it, but I think it was off-putting to some people. And still every now and then I get people who are new to my channel who just found one of my videos because they're
Yeah.
searching for a knife, and they're like, how dare you
What
make
the
it in
hell
this
is this guy
format?
doing?
But like,
Yeah.
I think it depends on why you're watching the video, because a lot of the time, if I'm researching a knife that I have no idea what it's about, like I haven't already looked at a bunch of pictures of it, I'm not like just confirming the purchase I already made anyways. If I'm genuinely trying to learn about the object, then a tabletop video is great, because I'm seeing it in
Yeah.
great detail the whole time being manipulated. And so I think there's a place for that, certainly. But I feel like there's already plenty of channels doing that. So me being another one isn't
Yeah.
very interesting to me.
Yeah, like I consume a ton of content on YouTube and other social media platforms. And you're right, like I think I choose my content based on what I'm trying to get out of it. And so I do watch a ton of tabletops if I want to get a spec check and some common size comparisons.
Yeah.
And whether it's for confirmation bias for something I already have, or I just want to see something before I purchase it. And in other cases, like with you, it's much more about the person who's doing the review than it is the object that they're reviewing, right? It's like I you learn to trust a certain person's input or perspective, or you share a common philosophy. And so I'm more interested in maybe what you have to say about the Satori 2.0 than I am the knife. I already know I like the knife, but in that case, I want to know what you think about the knife. So I kind of choose my content, right, kind of based on what I'm looking to pull from it. So that's one of the things that I really enjoy and appreciate about your channel.
Well, thank you, man.
And you do a great job at it.
There's plenty that I enjoy about yours as well. So when I go to your videos, I guess one of the things that I'm most excited about, if I'm being honest, and maybe you don't even realize that you do this a lot of the time, I think you can be kind of blatantly contrarian to what a lot of other people are saying about a certain knife, and you're unapologetic about it. So like you did a Spyderco video, it was probably a while ago, but there were a number of knives in it. I don't even remember what the video was per se, but I remember the Sage 5 lightweight was like, you were going hard for that. You were on that team. And I hadn't handled a Sage 5 lightweight yet. I felt in my head like it was just another Para 3 lightweight. I'd handled a regular Sage 5. I've handled a regular Para 3. I've handled a Para 3 lightweight. So I thought I kind of knew what it was.
Right.
But I think a lot of channels are much more surface level, and they're kind of afraid to share their opinion and like take a stance on something. And you're very good at not like dumping on a piece of gear that doesn't deserve it, but on really giving your preference and stating reasoning why, which I'm a very logical person. I need to understand reasoning behind things.
Right.
I can't just like, as much as I talk about how knives make me feel, like I need some concrete evidence here and there.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that you take the time to, I don't know, you seem to me to have a very analytical mind, and you walk through the conclusions that you've made, but you don't apologize at all about making them. Like I hadn't seen anyone in a video yet say that their favorite Spyderco was a Sage 5 lightweight. And then you make that video and it's like, I get it now. I need to try one, you know, like
yeah.
I understand.
No, I appreciate that. And, you know, I do go pretty hard on some of my opinions, and I definitely would consider myself a more cerebral, analytical type. And part of that is my my day job. But yeah, I made the claim that it's the best EDC folder that Spyderco makes. Just kind of general purpose, mid-range EDC folder. Even though I like the native 5 better, just from because it feeds the collector in me, because there's so many variants of the native 5 where there's only a handful of the Sage. Yeah, I went all in on that one, and I'll catch some shade for some of those what might appear to be contrarian points of view on certain knives, but I don't really give a shit.
But you walk through it though. So like,
yeah, I try to.
Like I have since handled the Sage 5 lightweight, and even though it wouldn't be my pick for like if I could only have one Spyderco to carry every day, I feel like I'm in no position after hearing you state why you came to that conclusion to say you're wrong. I think we just have different preferences in what we look for in an ultimate knife. But the way you stated it, it's like I just love when people are thorough like that and actually dive deep and explain their reasoning, and they're not just like, this knife's better, take my word for it, because that's when people can get mad. They're like, I got this and it sucks for me. Like, why would you go so crazy to defend it when I just like the depth.
One of my favorite videos that you did, and I guess it was a series of videos, probably earlier in your YouTube journey, was on the Sabenza. I appreciated it for the same reasons you're discussing, because I think with a lot of knives that may be polarizing, you just have this crowd, and this is true of any piece of gear, vehicles. I mean, but the basic principle of, if the majority of people tend to think something is hot shit, to say otherwise is not always the natural thing to do.
Not advantageous most of the time.
Not at all. But to keep it real and be willing to be contrarian because that's how you truly feel about something, I love that stuff. And even though I'm a big fan of the Sabenza, it's really the only Chris Reeve platform that I actually like. But to hear you like go through your process of unboxing, your first impressions, like really doing your due diligence, giving it a fair shake, and analyzing it, putting it all together, and then saying, okay, this is how I feel at the end. And I hate to say it, but it's not quite as fantastic as I think everyone says it is. I loved that. The one thing I would agree with you is that they're overpriced. I would never argue with somebody that says a Sabenza is overpriced. But yeah, no, contrarianism I find refreshing.
Yeah. So the way my brain works in general is like, I actually have this conversation with friends a lot. Even Kevin and Kyle, who I just had on episode 2. Yeah. It's kind of a recurring joke in our group chat that like whatever the agreed upon method is for most people to do a thing, Jake will default to doing the opposite. Just because I hate the idea of following a pattern because it's a pattern. I'm very driven by like what actual truth is and what actually feels right to me, what actually works for me. And so like a perfect example, and this is one of those things where I hesitate to talk about it sometimes because I don't want people to think that I'm judging them if they do it. But I've noticed that a lot of people, when they conclude a video on YouTube, they say, please like and subscribe. And I don't have a problem with other people doing that, but I hold myself to a certain standard where I have to think through, am I going to make that a pattern in every video I make? I've made over 400 now. Guess what I haven't said 400 times? Please like and subscribe. I've said it one time, and it's because I did a collaboration video with a buddy who was kind of directing it because he wanted to try that out. And so I've said it one time, and even then it felt weird and wrong to me because in my mind, when someone says, please like and subscribe, to me, I feel like I'm being talked down to. Like, I know where the like button is. I know where the subscribe button is. You don't have to say middle finger flick that subscribe button. And like, I don't, to me,
smash that notification bell.
It makes me way less likely to do it because I'm an adult. I know how YouTube works. I assume the same of my viewers. I don't want to like sound like I'm pandering because if you like the content, you know what to do. Right. And so I say that with a grain of salt because, again, I think a ton of people who I respect say that on every video, and it doesn't bother me when they do it. I just filter it out at this point. But I do think that most people haven't thought about why they're saying it. And the people who have a compelling argument for it, the best I've heard is like, well, sometimes if I'm watching a video, I'm not thinking about it. I'm just kind of watching and it's a little in the background, but I do like it. And like, I would like to subscribe to this channel. So a reminder can be nice. Okay. But like,
Right.
again, for me, I don't even feel like that's necessary.
I've never, that thought's never crossed my mind. Like I've never given thought to that specific,
that's because
space.
everybody,
I don't say it.
Says it.
Yeah. And I don't say it. I don't know that I've ever said that in any of my videos. It might be in like I copy and paste the same description into every video, like out of a notepad on my phone that has like some discount codes and the link to my Instagram and all that. And I want to say maybe it says in there, you know, please like, comment, or something like that, but
yeah,
never said it out loud. And when I hear it, it's never occurred to me to be an issue, but I understand what you're saying. It's like, yeah, I know how to do this, and if I want to, I will.
I'm not going to hit like because you asked me to. I'll hit like if I like the video.
I will not hit like because you asked me to.
That's how I
is more likely. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny, before I started my channel, I had been thinking about it for a while. And one of those times that I was actually meeting up with a knife buddy, one of my friends named Kyle, the other one had already moved. We're at this restaurant down in Orange County called Portillo's. It's actually a like Chicago restaurant.
Yeah.
They do the chocolate cake shakes and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, real good place. So there happens to be one in like Buena Park. I used to work down there, so I'd eat there all the time. Anyways, I meet my buddy Kyle there, and it's right up the street from Knott's Berry Farm, which is a theme park in the area. And so we're eating dinner, and then this group comes in, of kind of an odd looking bunch, and most of them are like at the oldest early 20s. I'd say like 18 to like 23. This group of probably 7 or 8 people, and I have no idea who any of them are, but a bunch of people in the restaurant kind of start freaking out, like talking to each other and making a big deal out of it, right? And so we happen to overhear the table next to us say, "Oh, that's David Dobrik." And so I have no idea who David Dobrik is, so I Google him real quick, and apparently he's a huge YouTuber, right? So while they're ordering their food, me and Kyle are sitting there talking, and I pull up one of his videos, just whatever like his most recent upload is. And it was the like cringiest, most difficult to watch, like, please like and subscribe, smash that like button. Like just the weirdest, I could not stand that. It was like nails on a chalkboard to me. And so it's funny, I get home that night and I tell my wife, I saw this influencer kid, David Dobrik, and she's like, "Oh, David Dobrik, I've seen his videos," right? And it's like, to some people, it doesn't bother them at all. But from the moment that I decided to make a channel, I was like, I will never be anything like what that YouTuber is, right? Like, I'm a YouTuber at this point. I make 2 videos a day on average. Like pumping out content. It's what I'm doing. I've quit my day job. Like that's what I'm doing, but I will not be that if that's what a YouTuber is, you know?
Yeah, it is cringeworthy, man. There's one channel that I watch. It's super nerdy. It's more of like a finance related channel, which is super dorky, but this dude goes all in on like just smash that like button. He talks about the algorithm, like, you know, hit the notification bell, like the video, it helps the algorithm. And I'm just, every time I watch it, I'm like, this is the douchiest thing I've ever seen. I just want to get to the content.
It's like knowing you're being sold to. Like everyone wants to buy things, right? But no one wants to feel like they're dealing with a salesman who's being pushy. And like, it gives me the same sensation when someone's like, "You already watched my video, now just hit the like button." It's like, no. Like if I like it, I will hit like. And
it's like if you get like, if a retail store says like, "Do you want to sign up for our rewards card?" It's like, if I had the rewards card or gave a shit about it, I would have already handed it to you. No, I don't want your rewards card. No, I'm not gonna like the video. That's funny. Yeah, but no, I didn't make any intentional decision one way or another, but just thinking about it, it's not something that I say in any videos, but that's funny, man.
Yeah. I go through all kinds of things like that, especially now that I've become friends with a number of other like content creators on YouTube.
Right.
Like recently it came up the idea of an intro, and like I've kind of consciously decided to not have an intro on my channel because I feel like I'm not a TV channel. I don't need a title sequence. Like I'm on
Right.
YouTube, you know. And then even for the podcast, like if somebody else has an intro on their YouTube channel or their podcast, I skip it every time. Not because I hate that person, but because once I've heard it once, I don't care about your intro anymore. Like that's not what I'm there to listen to. And so I think about that when I decide not to have one, you know, but I've got a buddy who just put an intro on his channel. It's great. It's hilarious that Kevin from Left EDC had a guy, I think his Instagram handle is NebuCloud, nice kid. He offered to make me one. It's like, I'm not saying I don't want an intro because I think everyone who uses one is bad, but I just don't, I'm not okay with adding something to my channel because others do it. I have to like decide it's right, you know?
Yeah, no, I think as long as it's done with thought behind it, whether you decide to do or not do something, and I think it speaks to a greater concept of the fact that it's okay to not agree with something that somebody else does.
Yeah.
And not think that that person is automatically like a piece of shit for doing it.
Right. I think Kevin's an idiot in general, but not because
that's fair. That's fair.
He's going to listen to this, and I'm going to get all kinds of flack for it in our group chat, which is amazing.
But I think it's refreshing to hear somebody say something like that, where you're basically saying, I might think it's cheesy, I would never do it, but that doesn't mean, because I've said that, that doesn't automatically equal I think everyone who does do it is an idiot or misinformed.
Right.
And I think just in general in our society, that's a very common perspective, which is if you disagree with it, or if you don't do it, then that has to mean that you dislike it for some reason.
Or I think it's an unfair way to live. If you walk around holding everybody to the same standards that you internally hold to like yourself to, that's a completely unfair way to.
Absolutely.
Everyone has different perspectives, different capacities, different abilities. Right. Like it's just, it would be unfair for me to be like, everyone should think about whether they say like and subscribe or not. Like more power to you. If you've noticed all your favorite channels do it, so you copy it, like that's enough of a thought process for me that it's fine. Like,
yeah. No, I agree.
But yeah, I like that.
As long as you're doing your thing because it's what speaks to you and speaks to your philosophies and your perspective, then more power to you. I might skip the intro, I might not like the video, you know, but yeah, who am I to say that my way is the right way or that your way is the wrong way? Right. So speaking of, I was thinking about a Facebook post from a couple days ago.
Is it the one you made about features you don't like? Because I want to talk about that.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, just like speaking about like being contrarian, and I know you commented, I think. I
think I put 2 comments.
What is something, and for context, I just posed a question in a Facebook group about like what's a feature in a folding knife, for example, that it seems to be popular that you just never got into, never bought into. And the example I used was front flippers. And I've handled and tried to love front flippers. Maybe the right front flipper is still out there for me, but I haven't found one yet. And so I always, and my buddies rag on me all the time in all the different chat groups I'm in on Instagram that that I'm just a front flipper hater, and I am. It's not my thing. So what would be something that you feel is almost universally accepted as a positive thing, whether it's a design element or something that you personally are just like,
Sure. So it's hard for me to make it really black and white because there's like a lot of features that I hate on most knives. Sometimes I'll find exceptions where like they're okay, like jimping. Right. I in general dislike jimping. I'd rather have good ergos that don't need jimping than have crappy ergos with a bunch of jimping on them. That's just like, to me, I want the knife to lock in because it's shaped right, not because you serrated the handle. But there are cases where like jimping is good and tasteful and makes sense. And then on the other side of the coin, there are some components of knives that I vehemently disagree with. But to say that I'm the only one and that I'm really contrarian about it is also untrue. Like, I don't like lanyard holes because I never use lanyards. I don't like glass breakers. That's one that I commented on your post. I think
That's
glass
right.
breakers on knives are the
Yeah.
dumbest thing that has ever existed. If you want a glass breaker because you're in a vehicle and you live near water, then keep a glass breaker in your vehicle. Like,
Right.
stop masquerading a glass breaker as a skull crusher and like it's gross to me. I hate it. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like. I commented another one on yours. I feel like there's a whole list, but like,
I was gonna try to pull it up on my phone, but that would just get. There was so many comments on that post. It shocked me
it's
actually.
a great post. I was bummed that I didn't think of it first. That was a
People
fantastic.
were going off, man, on all the things that they don't like, and it was very interesting for me to read all the comments of people who just really don't like something that I love.
Right. There were a ton
I
of
really
like Spyderco.
yeah. Well, yeah, or I hate something that they think is fantastic, and it's just like, well, thank God we have as many options as we do, because
right.
I think the way I phrase it is one man's must have is another man's oh God, please no, right? Like some people, I think I've got one nearby. All right, so this is Jake's favorite jimping ever, by the way, if you don't already know. The Chavez 229 jimping would be I think a good example, right? Like you hate that. There's somebody out there who thinks this is the best jimping ever. I'm not a huge fan. I can kind of take it or leave it because I'm never really hard using this particular knife. But there is a person out there who thinks that this is the way jimping should be.
Right. And they probably imagine that they'll be wearing their gloves when they use that knife, but I doubt they really will be.
Right. Side note on this knife, by the way, this pocket clip, and you talked about this. Don't need to go down a rabbit hole on the video you've done, but that skull pocket clip is comfy as hell, and that shocked me.
Ergonomically, it's fantastic.
I couldn't believe it. And my good buddy JD, he goes by Shadowborn Hanks on Instagram. A lot of you probably know him. He and I both got a Chavez around the same time, and we're both like, fucking skull clip, that's gonna suck, but we really both wanted to try the knife.
Gotta try it, yeah.
And as soon as I got it in hand and realized how amazingly it middle finger flicks and how comfortable that clip is, I was like, it's never going anywhere. I'm not even going to try to find an aftermarket clip,
right?
Because it just works. It looks menacing, but
what's interesting is I heard somewhere, I feel like someone sent me a screenshot that was actually Ramon commenting on like a Facebook post or something, where he was saying on upcoming models, it'll come with a skull clip, but installed will be a non-skull, like just normal looking clip. And they'll move the screw position to outside so they're more easily interchangeable. That way it'll kind of appease the people who've been, and I know quite a few people who not only have been like resistant to the skull clip, but have genuinely not bought the knife only because it has the skull clip. It took me longer to try one, and then even then it took me like 2 of them to finally get why it's special and to like it. So I think it's an interesting move, because it is, like I said in my video, I think it's kind of his signature on the knife. Like, it's the most defining feature at this point that's become synonymous with who Ramon is. So the fact that he's going to make it kind of optional, it'll come with both from I shouldn't say that like it's fact, because a random screenshot that was sent to me does not mean that it's for sure happening. But it would be interesting to me to see what the effect of that is on kind of his branding in general. Like, if that changes the perception of Chavez knives, do they become less purist and less like, what happens to his cult following when all of a sudden they don't all have the skull clip anymore?
My immediate reaction when you said that was that I hate that idea. As much as I hate the clip,
right,
I immediately just thought, like, no, like that's totally gonna, like, I've experienced it now, so I get it.
Yeah.
And I feel like once most people do, they'll probably realize it's just such a neutral shape that it's not going to cause any problems. And I see the side where you have to appease the market, right?
But
it's
are
a
you selling
business after all.
Yeah.
But I kind of hate the idea of not just having a skull clip and making the end user either learn to love it or find an aftermarket clip. So I don't know how I feel about that. That's really interesting.
Something to chew on.
Yeah, for sure.
And again, nobody hold me to that because I didn't
Right.
talk to anyone about it. Like I
Right.
haven't heard from the horse's mouth, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's an
That's
interesting. I don't know. I don't hate the idea in the sense that it's an option, like especially if it ships with the skull clip still on it, and then you just have an alternate clip that it comes with. I mean, like, okay, I can kind of
yeah.
see it, but now that I've
That's true.
had one, I wouldn't want to switch it, even though I still don't like the idea of it looking like there's a skull on my pocket for everybody who goes by
Right.
while I'm carrying it. It just feels like, again, it would be like removing his maker's mark off of
Yeah.
the side of the blade.
I have a feeling if he were to like poll his end users, he'd probably find that more people than not actually realize that they prefer the skull clip, just from like an ergo's perspective.
Right.
But including extra parts, I think is not a bad idea. As a matter of fact, and you talked about it with the
CKF.
custom knife factory. Oh my gosh! Like, I mean, the amount of extra hardware they provide, I mean, which is literally everything.
Yeah. Other than
Like,
the frame and the blade.
yeah, I mean, that literally takes, packaging is one thing, but to have parts that you can use to replace or customize, I'm a big fan, and I was thrilled at that. So I guess having an extra non-skull clip wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah. I think if anything, the way I can see it kind of playing out in my brain is that by offering both and having them both in the package with the knife, like not you pick one
Right.
or the other.
Yeah.
I think you keep the people who need the skull clip happy. And then hopefully what happens is it just reaches a lot of those people who otherwise just out of stubbornness or whatever, like if it was a hard pass on anything skull shaped for them, they would not have tried a Chavez otherwise. Then they'll probably learn to love the Chavez. And then I could also see that once people get hooked on the knife, then they like, if the next one isn't a 229, if it's some other model, right?
Right.
And if you learn to love whatever that next model is, the 300, whatever it is, then you may want to hunt down a 229 because now you know you love Chavez knives. And then it's like you've kind of converted some people over to your brand as a whole by creating this new model that has a more approachable feature to it.
Right.
But I don't know.
I think, yeah. And I think it also allows him to expand if he wanted to, kind of into the aftermarket if he chose to, in terms of offering clips separately, which made me think of a post I saw the other day on one of the Koenig knife groups. I'm curious to get your take on this because I was kind of taken aback. But what are your thoughts on like the intellectual property of a design and the aftermarket parts that go along with pretty much every knife that we buy, right? Any common, Spyderco, Benchmade, right? You can buy aftermarket parts anywhere, and that's a great thing as far as I'm concerned. But I happen to see one particular post where a maker was basically saying like it's unauthorized, we don't endorse it. I was curious to get your thoughts on whether or not you feel like there should be any restrictions or if it should just be a free market. Like if I've got the specs and I can build it and people want to buy it, then I'm not trying to pass it off as OEM, right? I'm branding it as my own thing.
Yeah, so I think philosophically in general, both like with knives and otherwise, I'm a proponent of modifying things. Like just right before we started this, a video went live of the components of this new PM2. I posted it on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah, that one looks super hot, by the way.
Thank you. So tomorrow, the actual like mod video will go live, which is it's like over 50 minutes long. It's really long. But I love modifying my personal stuff. And I have to think if I was in the shoes of, say, I own Koenig knives. I don't. That would be amazing if I could spend a day in Koenig's shoes.
Right.
I love my Arius to death. It's my favorite knife. I talk about it all the time. The clip isn't something that I love most about the knife. And so if there was a way for me to get like a really cool loop over style deep carry clip that fit just right on here that I could try, because that's my carry preference, I'd want to try it. That doesn't that doesn't stop Koenig from selling me the knife. It doesn't stop Koenig from selling me any components. If Koenig all of a sudden offered a deep carry clip, and then at the same time some aftermarket company came out with a competing one, then I'd be like, I'll probably go with the Koenig one personally.
Right.
I like them, want to support them. But in general, I feel like the aftermarket, in my mind, should be good at creating the things that the OEM doesn't. And even like in aftermarket parts for cars,
Yeah.
if you want to throw a big turbo on your car, like the factory won't let you do that. And with certain things, you have to go into it knowing I'm going to avoid the warranty if I do that. Like I am sure
Right.
if I sent this, first of all, it's a factory second, but imagine it wasn't. If I sent this
Right.
to Spyderco because something went out of tolerance, they'd tell me to kick rocks, and rightfully so. Like I changed
Yeah.
everything about this knife. So I think it's just kind of a balance there where like if you're creating a product that's aftermarket that supports a knife company, I don't think Lynch or MXG cost Spyderco any business. I think if anything, they make them more valuable
I
because
agree.
Spyderco doesn't want to make those clips. And if there was no aftermarket clip for a pair of 3, I wouldn't carry one. I can't stand how much of that knife sticks out of my pocket. So for me to get a nice, proper deep carry clip that looks good, fits good, that's a great thing for Spyderco because who's owned a ton of pair of 3s? This guy. Like,
Right.
I think it's a good thing, but
Yeah, I tend to agree.
it's different if the aftermarket company, is specifically trying to like replace something that directly conflicts with something that the OEM makes, because then, especially the small businesses that are knife companies, like if you make a part for a Toyota, that's a direct replacement for an OE part and doesn't do anything better or worse. It's just cheaper. I don't really feel as bad for like not giving Toyota my money.
Right.
They're a giant corporation, and
Yeah.
I feel less sleazy about it compared to a small company like Koenig Knives filled with American people who are doing good, innovative things. Like I want to give them the money where possible, but
Yeah, I agree. Is the Arius your favorite, like that you currently own in your collection, or all time?
to be safe, I'll say favorite that I currently own in my collection.
Yeah.
So recently, I don't know if you've had the chance to handle one yet, but I had a loaner OZ Roosevelt. You've probably seen that knife at least.
Yeah, have not handled one, but have lusted over them for months, and yeah, I'm very familiar with the knife. Yeah.
Yeah, so I tried to get a book spot when he last opened them up, and I was as
Yeah.
fast as I could possibly have been, and was still too slow. Like it's just,
Right.
and rightfully so, because that knife is phenomenal. So, like, if you told me today I could trade my Arius for one of those, done deal. Like,
I would too, actually. I would say the Arius is probably my all-time favorite knife. Um, although I've not handled a flipper version. All the ones that I have are non-flippers, which works for me because I tend to middle finger flick anything that I possibly can.
anyways, yeah.
But I think I may try a flipper at some point in the future. What I do like on the Gen 3s is that the forward choil is small. On
Yeah,
the
the
Gen
Gen 4,
4, it's huge. Like, and I didn't realize it until I got the two side by side, and I was like, that is a massive forward finger choil, which I don't tend to use. But yeah, the Aries is pretty hard to beat, but I would trade it for Roosevelt in a hot second.
and part of that, probably for both of us, I think is safe to say, is it would be much easier to replace an Arius than to get another shot at a Roosevelt.
100%. That is 100% the mindset behind why I would trade any one of my Koenigs for a Roosevelt. And I saw just today on Instagram, he was his first name is escaping me, but Oz Machine Company was responding to a comment on one of his posts. Yeah, and somebody said something to the effect of, "Does this mean the books are going to open soon?" And his response was essentially affirmative. And so I don't know when that's going to be, but I know I'll try my damnedest. I will try my damnedest to get a book spot. And I've evolved over the last probably 18 months to definitely being more of a large knife fan. Like 8.5 inches, 9 inches even overall. But despite its size, just the design, the just very clean lines. It's very, I mean, I guess you can embellish them, right? Like with whatever materials and finishes you choose, but it's a very sleek, clean design, and the hole is what if it was a thumb stud knife, it would be far less exciting to me.
Correct.
But because it is a non-flipper that essentially only deploys via the
Middle
hole in the blade,
yeah.
like it's my jam for
Yeah.
sure. So yeah, if I can't get one or get on the books at some point, there's a couple people I could probably beg to send me theirs on loan to take a look at.
I had one offered to me today, secondary, from a buddy who got one and knows that I've been really wanting one, but he knows secondary prices are. He offered it to me for $1,500, which is like
a deal. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
it's not even crazy for what those go for. But I would rather wait 3 more years for a book spot than I don't play that game very often, paying insane inflated prices. With that, it's probably relatively safe in the sense that I could then move it and get that money back out of it. But for me, if I buy a Roosevelt, I want to buy it to keep it and to use it, and I don't want to like rent it for a little bit and then turn it into that money again.
Yeah. And also, I think with that particular design, which is just a gorgeous design to begin with, I want my Roosevelt. I want my specs.
It's the point of a
my
custom build.
finishes. I've already built it in my head, by the way. I'm sure you have a number of times. But I kind of already have in my head exactly what I would want to go for, which would actually be a pretty pedestrian version compared to some of the ones that he's done.
I think mine would end up costing $700, $750.
Yeah, same.
And I'd be very happy with that knife. I wouldn't want it to be prettier because, again, I want to carry it, use it, and love it the way I think it deserves to be loved. So I actually wanted to ask you, I feel like in the time that I've been following you, especially probably in the last year or so, I've noticed that your collection seems to have kind of morphed and changed quite a bit. Do you think a lot of that is because of your channel and the way you're making content? Do you think a lot of it is just natural evolution of taste, or like what's kind of led to you sell a lot of knives, you get a lot of new stuff in, some stuff doesn't stay long? I relate to it in a lot of ways, but what's been the driving force behind that change?
It's a good question. It's one I've actually gotten a lot. Oftentimes people will DM me and ask me, like, are you getting out of the hobby? Because they'll see me post 5 or 10 knives for sale. None of it's been driven by like content creation. I effectively semi-retired from YouTube, frankly, probably 6 months ago. 8 months ago, my wife and I had our second child, and work was crazy, and I just kind of hung it up for a while. And since then, I've put out a few videos. I happen to put out one the day that we're recording this. But my collection and the way I use my knives and just my philosophy has done a 180 in the last 12 to 18 months, where I've gone from quantity to quality, essentially. I've always had quality knives, but they've been the exception. I used to collect a lot of like one model, right? Like I'd have 12 K-bar Doziers because I just had to have it in every color, because I'm a little OCD, or a lot OCD.
Do crazy swaps and stuff when you get multiple, which I love seeing.
At one point I had, I shit you not, like 27 or 28 native 5s. I now have 2. I have the fluted titanium, or I'm sorry, the fluted carbon fiber S90, and then I also have the fluted titanium, which is, you don't see those a whole lot, but I only kept 2. And so I've just sold off. God, I had, the last time I counted that I can remember was like 275 knives, which is an insane number. Right now, my like mainstay collection is about 25 or 30. And another probably half a dozen or a dozen just users that float around the house and the kitchen drawer. But I essentially turned these big bulk groups of knives into like one knife. And so my quantity reduced significantly, but the quality increased, and I'm much happier with my collection in its current state. I almost equate it to something like if you're like if you're really into beer or whiskey or something like that, and you drink Bud Light, like it's going to do the job, right? It's perfectly fine, nothing wrong with it. if that's your thing. But if you really get into like micro brews and like the small batch, more artisan type stuff, then you realize how far apart that is from the Bud Light you were drinking previously.
Mhm.
And you were just ignorant to that fact because you had never tried this amazing microbrew, and you
Right.
start to appreciate the intricacies that go into the crafting of that product. And in this case with knives, it's the exact same thing. I've just begun to appreciate the craftsmanship, the design, the materials, the aesthetics. Those are the things that are more important to me, and those just happen to result in more expensive knives. And so I've just kind of been on that train for a while now, and I don't really see myself going back.
I dig that. I was talking recently, I think it might have been on my first podcast episode or something, but I kind of explained that I have all of the knives that I need to use as tools now. I have a
Yeah.
wet knife like that can go, and I've got several
Yep.
knives, Vanex super clean. They can go anywhere and get wet. I've got hard use folders that I can baton with and I can bushcraft with. And I've also got fixed blades that'll cover that. But then I've got
Right.
like all around EDC great knives that for everything I will reasonably do with a knife will do the job. And so now that I've realized over time I've covered all those bases, it's like I don't necessarily need to keep trying to find knives to cover those bases. I can look
Right.
for like the minutia of really interesting design cues and new materials to try, and following work of makers that I really like and respect. And like there's depth to the hobby beyond the tool. But I think it's important. I would always recommend for people getting into it, like start by covering the tool bases, right? Like find the good knives that do the jobs you
Yep.
want to do because you'll enjoy using them. And then once you figure that out, I think it's good to like you said, refine that collection down. You're like trimming the fat and you're bringing it to a place that for you is
Exactly.
way more exciting and enjoyable. And it can be fun to collect 12 K-bar Dozers. Like I've got nothing against
Right.
it, but there's no utility in it, right? And once
Yeah,
you realize
absolutely.
utility is covered, then it's like a whole new scene opens, and you can check out totally different stuff than you otherwise would have because you're no longer trying to fit like a use case.
Yeah, no, you're 100%. Yeah. So now I'm just when I'm on the hunt for something, it's just something that's new and exciting that sparks that enthusiast in me that makes me say that is really interesting. I would like to try it, and I fully understand that these are luxury items that I'm fortunate and lucky and blessed to even be able to own and purchase.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need any of them. I need probably one folder or two for daily tasks. I've got like a few decent fixed blades. I've got a decent hatchet. I've got all my lawn and garden tools. Like as far as edged tools are concerned, I,
You're covered.
I've had that covered for years. Right at this point, it's truly just luxury items that I collect and appreciate. And if I decide to sell this Koenig in 2 years, it's probably going to be in close to like new condition. I will
Mm-hmm.
use it. I do use it. I open mail and I open Amazon packages.
Right.
It's you would rarely find me with this in my pocket for like a week at a time with other stuff clanging around with it. Whereas I may have like a beater Sabenza that is older that is just beat to shit that I don't care about. And so oftentimes, I'll sell a knife and it's like, man, I've had that for years and it still looks brand new because I just appreciate the aesthetic. I kind of have a display. I'm looking at it right now. It's a bookcase with glass doors and like these tiered display things. So I can just see all of my knife collection and just grab what I want. And sometimes they're just nice to look at. But I also want to make sure that they have some functionality that I appreciate in terms of their design or their mechanics, the engineering behind it. So yeah, that's a very long way of answering your question, which is, yeah, I've done a complete 180 in the last 12 to 18 months.
Yeah.
And it's been
So
it's been a lot of fun. But
you talking about that made me think of I think it was when I was doing a carry challenge with a Lynch pry bar. which went fine, but it didn't
I
like
remember that.
convert. Yeah, I didn't feel like at the end of it I needed one because I just struggled to find uses for it. Now with the Vero one that I have, I'm liking it a lot more. I need to film that full review, but I remember thinking about it and trying to kind of get a little philosophical with it and realizing that I personally know more people that never have a knife on them than people that do have a knife on them, right? And so it's funny because I found myself trying to justify needing a nice pry bar in my pocket. And it painted this interesting picture to me when I was thinking of how many people live totally fine lives. It's not life or death every day because they don't have a knife in their pocket. And to
Right.
me, the idea of like not carrying a knife ever again is non-negotiable. I will carry a knife moving forward. That's so I carry two most of the time, if
Yeah.
not plus one in my bag somewhere, but it's funny to think like the way we consider having bases covered is like, not only do I need a knife, but I need a knife for outdoors. I need a knife for chores around the house. I need a knife for in case I find myself on a boat. I need a knife for like we paint this picture of all these necessities, but to so many people that's already like what, like you could carry a slip joint and be over prepared compared to 95% of the population who has
Right.
a knife in their pocket ever.
Yeah.
I just try to like every now and then remind myself of it's got to be ridiculous to if anybody who wasn't in the hobby was listening to us justify the things we have in our collection. Like you said, they're luxury purchases.
Right.
None of this is even necessary. Even a knife in my pocket, I would make quite the case for it being necessary. And I feel like I justify it in my life every day. But that's even still an argument, is having a knife on you.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing.
Yeah. I mean, like I remember my grandfather carried it was a traditional knife. Obviously, I think it had two blades, maybe like a Stockman or three blade Stockman, something like that, and that was it. Like for anything, it was a high carbon steel. That was his outdoor knife, his food knife, his EDC knife, and and it was got him through, obviously. So yeah, we're spoiled in the community at this point with all the options we have, and
Right.
but yeah, I'm definitely happier with the quality over quantity philosophy. Like not even close. There's nothing that I've sold off that I miss, and if I did miss it that bad, there's really nothing I couldn't replace if I'm willing to pay for it, right? And this is
Right.
kind of always ends up into the secondary market conversation, but I've sold plenty of sprints and limited editions and gold class or whatever. I could conceivably rebuy any of them. I would just pay a huge premium. And if it was really worth it to me, I would pay that premium.
Yeah.
Which is why the secondary market exists and why you see things going for crazy money, because there are people like me who may sell something and 5 years later say, you know what, I remember that one thing and maybe I can find one and pay out the ass for it. But so yeah, I haven't regretted a single one of my sales so far, knock on wood.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. There's definitely knives that I would say I miss that I wouldn't mind having again. Like it would be cool to have
for
those,
sure.
but there's nothing that I'd also be willing to pay more than I sold it for to get back.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like there's still so much new stuff that I have. There's constantly knives coming out. There's knives from well before I was in the hobby. There's plenty of knives that I didn't have the money for at the time that they came. Like there are so many different knives out there that are too exciting for me to justify like rebuying old stuff that I've already had, because then I'll have FOMO about the things I haven't tried yet. It's like, cool, I've got this back, but then I'm just
Yeah.
going to sell it again to get the next shiny thing. And so over time, I've had to, especially, I use the channel kind of as an excuse. I'm not all about like making content about knives just because they're new or just came out. I still only buy the things that I want, but it is a good catalyst for keeping myself accountable to not getting too attached to knives, because the more I just like keep things frozen up in my knife case, the less buying power I have to get and try new things. And I have so much fun trying the new stuff, that I'd just be selling myself short, so I have to keep it pretty liquid. And once I've finished my review process, sometimes things will stick around for another week or 2 or 3. And then when it's like time to start doing another buying spree, then a lot of knives that I love, that are great knives, get sold because it's the pursuit of what's next.
Yeah, and that's the exciting and terrifying thing about this hobby, is that we don't know what's going to get announced tomorrow, right?
Yep.
And it could be something that makes us just super excited and kind of give us that rush that we sometimes get. And so, yeah, to repurchase, some limited edition or sprint, that I sold in the past, that could prevent me from being able to afford the next shiny thing, as you said. So I think keeping it liquid is important. And I was telling a friend recently that I sold my first knife ever. It was probably in 2020, maybe like early 2020, maybe January was the first time I ever sold something. Previous to that, I just kept it all, hence 200 plus knives, and gave a lot away to friends and family. But I never bought a used knife, I never sold a knife, and I never traded a knife in well over a decade of being into knives.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did it for the first time. I think I sold a knife, and then a couple weeks later I bought one on the secondary, and that was my introduction into buying and selling and trading, and I have not looked back. So if anybody's watching and you've not played in that space, buy, sell, trade, you're missing out.
One of the most
I
fun
wish
parts.
I would have. Oh my gosh, it's a blast, and I've met so many cool people through that as well. I wish I would have started doing it 5 years ago, to be honest with you. It's been amazing. Most of my absolute favorite knives, every one of my Koenigs was second hand,
Mm-hmm.
and they were all flawless essentially when I got them. Yeah, buying and selling and trading is it's just like another niche within. It's a hobby within the hobby. I mean, you can kind of look at it that way.
For sure. And it's funny, I get questions a lot. I did a video a while back, and I'll probably do a new one because there's some kind of recurring questions. I think it's good to bring up topics every now and then, especially when you do as many videos as I do and they kind of get buried. But I think a lot of people are intimidated about it before they've done it. And it's kind of like doing, like modifying a knife is another one of those niches within the hobby, where once you do it, it's like it opens a door to, oh, what else in my collection can I enhance right now? You like start looking at your knives differently. But I think a lot of people, the barrier to entry on buying, selling, and trading is they don't know where to start. They don't know what the etiquette is. And so I think it's important to like figure that out. You can go back and watch my old video. There's plenty of videos from content creators on YouTube who do buy, sell, and trade, but like also knowing what to look out for. Like, don't just buy knives on eBay because usually the prices are higher. Like, go to Reddit, join Facebook groups that are specific for that. Do Instagram, follow the selling hashtags, and like start having conversations with people and doing it. And like you said, once you did that first one, like you were hooked on the idea.
Yeah.
You look at your collection now for like, ooh, if I like liquidate these 10 knives, I could buy this grail that has been unachievable to me for so long.
Yeah.
And that's what made it a big deal for me when I got into the hobby. It was like, if I bought a couple of knives that I knew were really good deals, I could check them out for a little bit, and then I could sell for the same or higher. Like, then I could all of a sudden have this pool of slightly more money because I liquidated them together, and then I've got this to play with, and then I get something nicer and I can experience that. And when you learn how to buy and where things are at and their value cycles, then like I got really good at not losing money and even sometimes gaining a little. I wasn't like a scalper, like never been interested in buying specifically to make a profit. But if you learn to buy at the right time and sell in the right way to the right audience, then like you can try a lot more things, and it's the chase is so much fun. It's exciting to try new knives.
I was on I got the itch recently to buy a Holt Spectre, and it's always been an unattainable knife for me. Not necessarily that I purely couldn't afford it, but that I just probably would not ever choose to drop that kind of money on a folder. It would be putting me into a category that I'd never been in before, right? You kind of go through this progression, right? You start with your budget knives when you're a kid, then you get your first Spyderco, and then you get your first.
$100 on a knife, and then it's
Yeah, I mean,
200. Yeah.
when I bought a mini Griptilian and a Endura around the same time, and at that point they were probably around 75, $80 a piece. And to me, I was just like, I can't believe I just spent that much money on a knife, right? And then it's like you break 100, and the sting wears off after a while, and my average price range is very different now because again, it's far less quantity.
Mm-hmm.
But I recently had an opportunity to get my hands on a Spectre, and then I just kind of looked at my case. I'm like, okay, well, I could live without those three, so I'm gonna sell those sons of bitches
I'd
and get
rather
a
have a
Spectre.
Spectre than all
Yeah,
the three. Yeah. The first
yeah,
that I bought a Gen 3, and the Arius had kind of been my grail for a while. And
yeah,
at the time that I bought that Gen 3, they were a little more easy to come by. Like USA made blade would get 10 or so, and for like 2 or 3 days they'd be in stock. Like they wouldn't
right,
immediately sell out at that time. And so I finally realized, like, I had a ZT and what else? I had a couple of knives that it was like, if I just sell literally those 3 knives and
right.
not even like try to hold on to them to get a crazy good profit, I can give people deals right now. I could sell those 3 tonight, and then tomorrow I could buy an Arius, which I've been lusting
Yeah,
after for all this time. And I did. And I got my Arius, and it was like, of course I'd rather have this knife than those 3 lesser knives.
yeah.
I think over
I
you start to like, I don't know, there's parts of my collection that for a while were like so unsellable. Like you just
right.
have emotional connection with it or whatever it is.
Yep.
But then once you, like when I bought my SIG P226, that's the most expensive firearm I've ever bought. It's the Scorpion edition. It's a really cool gun. I sold 3 or 4 knives and I funded that. And it's like, those were knives I didn't even want to sell. But then you find that thing that makes it worth it, and you start comparing it to like, I can have these 3 things, these 4 things, or that one really nice thing. And then it's like the light switch, the light bulb illuminates, and all of a sudden those other things are just a chip to use to get to the.
Yeah, it's a game of chess, absolutely. And I did a video probably a month ago, and it was kind of tongue in cheek, but it was like how to EDC responsibly or something like that. And
Love
I
that.
kind of talked about that philosophy of like, once you've been into and collecting knives for long enough, you probably have amassed a collection that maybe individually don't have a ton of value, but collectively you start to look at things and not see them for what they are, but what they could be. And so my first Arius I paid for with 2 Benchmade 940s. I sold 2 specific 940s and had exactly enough to buy the Arius that I wanted. And so,
Which is perfect because the Arius
yeah.
is more than twice as much
Oh my
knife.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Not even close. And so when you start looking at it like, okay, those 2 940s equals an Arius, like done. I will sell those immediately. And I'm glad I did. And so
Right. Plus,
I've been
once
able
you get
to
the
do that.
Arius, it changes your standards too. Like when I've gotten certain knives that are really, really good, then all of a sudden the knives I used to think were really good aren't as favorable anymore. Like when I got the
Right.
Arius, it was like, now the idea of buying just another Benchmade was much less interesting to me. Don't get me wrong, I still appreciate a lot of knives in a lot of segments, and I have to
Sure.
like kind of compartmentalize them into what they're supposed to be. But like you get your first Arius, or you get like a nice Olamic or like some mid tech or something,
Yep.
then all of a sudden your production knives that you loved are just less special inherently. Like I love finding those pieces that have a way of like redefining my collection and the pieces in it, and like just
Yeah.
settle differently after. It's that's always a true mark of a good knife. Which, again, to the OZ Roosevelt's credit, that was the first knife I've ever handled that I liked more than an Arius. Like I was always,
That's a lot.
Arius was my top. That was the one thing that like I had handled Norseman before. I'd handled Holt Specters. I hadn't owned any of these other knives, but I'd handled a lot of the Shiros and stuff that a lot of people in the range of the Arius play with. And I felt the Arius for me was the best. I liked the most. And then I handled the Roosevelt, and it's like, oh man, I just I had another one of those paradigm shifts, you know?
Yeah, which is exciting, but also dangerous, right? Because it's like, okay, well now this is my new standard. What's next?
Right.
I will say though, the Spectre, this is one I got, I guess 2 weeks ago. It's unbelievable.
Liner
It
lock or frame lock?
truly is. It's a liner lock. It's a V3, and I mean the action on these are stupid.
Oh, yeah, they're nuts. I
It's
just
from
don't,
like their
having handled both,
call
I,
it,
I couldn't say I'd rather have one than an Arius. Would I like to have one in addition to my Arius? Yes, but it wouldn't replace the Arius for me.
and I could probably buy a few. I'd have to probably look it up and remind myself how much I paid versus how much it's worth. I could probably maybe make a little bit on it, but um, far more expensive than an Arius, and I would pick an Arius over the Spectre any day of the week. But I'm thrilled to own it, thrilled to have tried it. But for me, I think the Arius is still kind of the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Haven't got anything that's beaten that yet. Although I do have a Shiro in route that I'm excited about. And then also the I think you and I talked about this, the Snafu 2.0. I'm also excited to try, and hopefully send to you as well to check out. So
Yeah, man. I'll send you my Flipper Arius at the same time. We'll do a little swap.
there you go. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, I think it's also important to state as well that like just because again the bar has been raised by certain knives, it doesn't make other knives actually like less valuable. Like I still will always in my collection have a PM2. And did I look at a PM2 differently before I had an Arius? Yes, for sure. Um, I don't think a PM2 to me is as like I don't know. When I started collecting, a PM2 was unreachable. It was too expensive, and
Yeah,
so now the difference is like I still appreciate it so much. I just it's a different value equation in my mind. It's more of like this is a tool that I can actually use because when you own a knife that's $600 and you actually use it, then actually using a knife that's $200 becomes really reasonable. But when your $200 knife is the most expensive knife in your collection, you're afraid to use it. You know, like so
yeah,
the target just kind of moves.
it does. It's always a moving target that we're chasing, and I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like when you start talking about these sort of major shifts in your collection philosophy and these higher end pieces, um, it I think some people might perceive that as saying that everything else is inferior, and unless you've reached a certain point that you're just not there yet. But the reality is, um, you will still find me with a K-bar Dozier in my pocket from time to time. Just the other day, I had one that a buddy of mine had done some mod work on that I was carry it for like 2 days, and I still love it. There's a nostalgia with that particular model for me.
Sure.
It's a $20 knife. It does everything I need a knife to do in a given day. So yeah, I think it's important to maintain that, just that understanding that just because you see something on Instagram or on Facebook or on YouTube that may truly be unattainable for you at that given moment doesn't mean that your knife collection is any less valuable to you than mine is to me. It's just different stages, different flavors, and everything's got its place. So when I see somebody who has a collection of budget knives and is really into a lot of the budget brands, as was I for a very long time, I mean, I applaud that. I'm definitely not a hater when it comes to like kind of where somebody's at in the hobby, whether it be just their knowledge, maybe they're just new and they don't understand knives at all, or maybe they're in a place where they tend to buy and use more budget minded stuff just for financial reasons.
Sure.
We're all part of the same. We all love knives, right? We all love the mechanisms, the utility, and wherever you are on that spectrum, you're going to move. Like you said, it's a moving target, but I think wherever you're at is where you're supposed to be, and you may find yourself in a different place in the future. But I still love seeing pocket dumps, and seeing like a Rat 2 or a Dozier or something like that, because it's still just as utilitarian and useful as something 10 times as costly. So
Absolutely. I think it's important too to let your collection the way it is right now make you happy. Like the idea of having a collection of something, if it's not making you happy, like if you're feeling like because you're comparing it to other people's or whatever, like you're probably collecting that item for the wrong reasons. Like every single knife in my collection I have because I enjoy it. And I don't feel any more proud of my collection right now, even though it's worth a lot more money, than I did about my collection 3 years ago when I was really just kind of like getting into the collecting side of the hobby. Like
I would agree.
It was just as exciting for me when I got my first PM2 as it is now for me to get a new PM2 or for me to get a new like $800 knife. It doesn't matter necessarily how much money is in your collection. It matters what it's doing for you. And so the people who can be happy without like the chase aspect of it, I'm hesitant to even tell them like to try more expensive gear, because if you're enjoying this the that you're at right now, then more power to you. Like there is nothing wrong, like you said, with a Rat 2 and a Tenacious, and like there are knives that are plenty capable of being good cutting instruments that are fun to carry, and that like there's no shame in having knives of a certain value. I still carry budget pieces all the time, and I enjoy them because they're knives and I like knives. Like it doesn't have to be expensive to be good.
If I were to say there's one thing about the knife community hobby that really gets under my skin and like actually gets me upset, is when people just dog pile on somebody because they know less. Maybe it's a knowledge gap, or maybe it's the physical knives that they own versus what the other person owns, and just shit on people right in these Facebook groups because maybe they're just ignorant because they're brand new, or they've got a smaller collection, budget knives, whatever. Whenever I see people who are in a place where, again, maybe they're in a different place financially, or hell, maybe they're in debt, but they just have nicer knives. When they dog shit on people because they don't know as much or because they don't have as much, I can't stand that. That's the one thing that I feel like I see too much of in this community. Unless what I really like to see, and I do see a lot of, is I don't want to say mentorship, because that's probably the wrong kind of way to look at it, but almost like that, taking somebody under your wing and just like being encouraging to somebody, whatever it is that they're chasing, whatever it is, wherever they're at in the hobby, to applaud it, be happy for them, be willing to answer questions in a non-judgmental fashion, and just be a kind person. And frankly, I think we see more of that than we do the
negative stuff is louder.
1%. But you're right. I think the extremes, and I had this exact conversation just last night with my dad about politics, is people on the extreme ends of any spectrum typically are those that are the loudest.
Right.
So the moderation that exists in the middle, you just don't tend to hear about as much. So yeah, the loud ones sometimes get under my skin. So
I think it's funny too, the whole philosophy of like people who call other people poor because they don't have as nice of gear or whatever. Like there's also a huge variance in like my only real hobby other than like hiking and going outdoors, which is free, is knives and EDC stuff. And I've got a channel around it. And like, I'm constantly buying, selling and trading gear. I'm constantly being given cool loaners. Like I always have really cool knives in my hand. Right. But that doesn't mean that I'm more financially well off than a lot of the people who are just more stringent about what they'll buy. I think people a lot of the time judgmentally make the mistake of like, oh, well, that person can't even afford good knives. It's like, maybe it's just not as important to them to like get the crazy flashy stuff. And they're still at the point in the hobby where they see it as a tool that needs to have utility. It needs to be affordable for what they plan on doing with it. And like, there's a whole argument to be made for like, some of these things are actually way too expensive. And I think you and I can agree on that. Like, there's no need for a piece of gear that's that expensive. And so to expect everybody to like want to spend their hard-earned money on such frivolous things is kind of crazy. But those people should still be absolutely welcome in the community for having a K-bar dozier in their pocket and enjoying having a knife with them. And like, you can take really cool photos, by the way, of really inexpensive gear. I see some amazing EDC shots, especially from like newer people coming into the community who are good photographers. And it's like, they've got a CRKT squid and they take a better photo than I'm even capable of. And I take photos all day long and they make it look really cool. And it's fun, engaging content. It doesn't have to be a Norseman for it to be a cool picture. Like,
Now that's really, I hadn't really thought of that, but there are a couple of people I follow on Instagram who are photography, just, I mean, they're masters at that craft, who tend to actually have a more budget-minded collection, but damn, they make it look really, really good.
They're spending thousands of dollars on their lenses and lighting equipment and sound gear, and like what they are comfortable spending their money on is none of my business. Who am I to say like you're poor because you have a CRKT? Like, no, it cuts things. It's fine. If you enjoy it, great. I would rather have you. You know, like, please be in the hobby. Please keep making cool content I want to look at. It's all good things.
Yeah, I think the one thing that kind of binds people, regardless of where you're at in your journey, is when you make a decision that a knife of some sort, here's a little native, when you make the decision that having a cutting instrument, a folding knife, a slip joint, when you decide that having one of these in your pocket essentially at all times every day is important to you because you find the utility in it, we've just become friends.
Yeah.
Because we, at the very most basic level, understand each other. Now, how we go about that is going to look very different probably, but at the end of the day, like that's what it's about for me. It's about other people who find the utility in having a pocket knife in their pocket, maybe the way your dad did when you were growing up, or your uncle or your grandfather. And that utility, for some people, may just stay that, and that may be it. Or it may snowball into, you know, whatever. But yeah, to us. But I think at the most basic level, it's an understanding that we all find the value and utility in folding knives, and we think they're cool because they're freaking cool, man. Like, what kid like didn't go to like a flea market or something and see some, you know, $5 bin and just be like, I want everything in that, because there's just something inherently cool about it. And as a 36-year-old father of two, I will geek out just as much now as I would when I was 10 years old. So it's been a lot of fun, I think, for me, having spent well over a decade buying and collecting knives, then starting a YouTube channel, then joining Instagram, and realizing, holy shit, there are tens of thousands of people like me who enjoy the things that I enjoy, because none of my inner circle of friends, you know, were into it. And so for me, it's just been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Would you say for you, did you get the like at least the seed of what has now grown into a mighty oak of EDC? Did you get that from, was it your dad? Was it grandpa? Or was it something that just because you saw those $5 bins of knives when you were a kid? Like, I know that can be a very difficult thing to pinpoint, but was there a moment for you?
Yeah, there's a couple, I think. So my dad was a Monterey County sheriff in California. And so I remember as a kid, you know, him coming home and taking off his belt, and he just had all kinds of cool stuff on it. handcuffs and a baton and a flashlight and a gun, and I'm just like, this is cool stuff, right?
With a badge.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm watching these, late 80s, early 90s action movies, and I was just into that kind of stuff because I thought it was neat. Um, and so seeing my dad with a lot of those things was definitely influential. Then kind of my first career, I guess, was in EMS as a paramedic, which is the first time I had like a true need to have some actual utility on my person. In some cases, they were more purpose-built medical type pieces of gear, and in other cases, it was like a folding knife. The first expensive knife I ever bought was probably a Kershaw Blur at like $60. And I carried that for probably 3 or 4 years when I was working as a paramedic. And it was a utility thing for me. And I'd work overnight shifts, right? 24-hour shifts, and I'd need flashlights all the time, trying to get from the ambulance to the scene of whatever. So then I bought a decent flashlight. And so the utility that I needed in my job at that time got me researching those items. And I will go down the rabbit hole when I'm buying something. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a pocket knife or a vehicle or a freaking vacuum cleaner. I will do the research to understand what I'm buying, what's out there, what's available, what are the best options. And when I was looking for I think it was a flashlight, I just came across these websites that I had never heard of, like Cheaper Than Dirt or or things like that. I'm just like, oh my gosh, there is just this entire universe of all these cool things that I had no idea existed. Like, I didn't know that there was such a market for this stuff. And from there, it was just game over. Like, I was done at that point. There was no turning back. And that was probably early 20s. I was probably around 22, maybe, when I first really started kind of getting into that kind of stuff. And then it kind of evolved into like preparedness. I wouldn't call myself like a hardcore prepper, but definitely have some of the preparedness mentality. And I just kind of started to kind of dip my toe into all the different genres that kind of tend to surround knives. I'm also a big gun guy. I like to shoot and train and collect firearms, and so a lot of these things just kind of went hand in hand. And
they're common threads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What about you? What was your what was the moment or the time in your life when you decided, like, this is something that I'm going to be dedicating myself to in terms of it being a hobby or something that you're enthusiastic about?
Yeah, so I think I was pretty much like born and handed a weapon. Not really, but I'm the youngest of 5 kids, and my dad has a CCW, which in the LA area, he's outside of LA County, but that's kind of a rare thing.
Yeah.
And he had kind of a rough urban childhood and big on self-defense and that kind of mentality, right? And so both from having him and my brothers, which like weird snapshot into my adolescence, but like I learned how to clear rooms with a firearm when I was at the oldest 8. Like, I was young and I was learning firearm safety before that, and like it was very like self-defense and home defense and all that was like they were taught to me as principles, right? And so being an avid gun guy, he was also into knives and had a lot of like cold steels and stuff and Benchmades. And so I just always, partially because of that, and just like, I think innately, like my personality type, I've always just clicked with like action movies and gear and like, say it, but in Star Wars, the dark side always has the cooler stuff. Like, I just like the weapons of movies were so cool to me.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Same.
Yeah. And so like, I just talked about this on the Sharp Talk podcast. I think I talked about it on Bob the Knife Junkies as well, but like we had this backyard when I was a kid. We moved into a new house when I was 5, and the backyard was a good size. I don't know realistically as an adult what it maybe like a half acre, but it was a big yard for Southern California, right?
Right.
And the plan from before we moved in there was like we had these glorious plans of a gorgeous pool with a spa and all this stuff like drawn up, and it just never happened. My parents have since moved out of that house. By the time they moved out when I was 19 or 20, it's still nothing had been done to that backyard. So it's just weeds up to my hips and like some trees that had grown on their own. We had like my grandpa's old boat back there just sitting on a trailer that hadn't run in forever. And so we had this like big undeveloped space. And I had, from the moment that my dad finally said yes, when I was probably 8 or 9, I was able to like buy my first sword. I was like that nerdy white kid with swords and spears and nunchucks and shuriken and like all these things, right? And I would just be out in the backyard for hours, just like playing with weapons, which is like, you can tell like in today's world that probably does, like the idea of me letting my daughter do stuff like that with the like the helicopter parenting age that we live in, and that it seems unrelatable, I'm sure, to a lot, but it was just like that was what I wanted to do, was like be around weapons. And so I think naturally as time went on and as I became like a teenager and like didn't want girls to know that I was in my backyard swinging swords while they weren't looking, it was like acceptable to have a pocket knife on me. Right? And I'd always had pocket knives. I think I had my first Swiss Army knife when I was real little. And then my first like locking folding knife was a Smith & Wesson Cut and Horse that I got at a Ventura gun show. And it was like, I was into airsofting at the time. And it was like, I'm going to have this in my pocket in the next airsoft fight. Like I always wanted to have blades around. I was that weirdo. But yeah, so into like late teenage years, early adulthood, it was like a pocket knife was something that I could reasonably justify and started to find real utility in, and like not just for fun in my backyard, but for everyday use. I was so accustomed to having a knife on me that it was like part of my existence. I've always had it in my pocket. And so the idea of not having one, I would feel naked, right? The few times where I've gone somewhere long-term without a knife in my pocket feels wrong. And so I think naturally just over time that stemmed from like, I had a Kershaw Leek for a long time. that was the first like expensive knife I bought for myself that wasn't gifted to me. And much like your Blur, I think it was like 70 something dollars. I got it at a local, it was called True Edge. It was this store that sold airsoft knives and then like spy equipment.
Sounds like the best store ever in the history of stores.
Did everything I could to convince my dad to take me there every day. But yeah, so I had that Kershaw Leek for years and I loved it. And then I had like a Benchmade my dad had given to me. I still have, when I was a late teenager, my dad gave me this Benchmade Sentinel.
Nice.
A Leishowitz design, titanium, kind of bolster lock. It's a cool knife. And yeah, so for like adult years, for a few years, it was just like had a couple of ZTs, had some Kershaws around, had like some knives, right? But it was, I'd carry the same knife for 5 months and then all of a sudden be like, I'm going to carry this other knife I have for a while and switch it up. And now it's obviously changed into the hobby, right? Like the weird side of it where it's beyond utility. And I think that like much like you kind of happened from research. Like I think probably 3 or 4 years ago, my wife was like, what do you want for your birthday? And I was like, I think I want a new pocket knife. And I'd always had pocket knives, obviously, but I didn't know which one to ask for. And so I like started researching like, what is Kershaw up to? And then it's like, oh, but I have a ZT that I really like. What does ZT make? And it's like, then you see ZT and then all of a sudden I'm watching Blade HQ videos and there's 30 knives on their table and they're talking about bearings. And I just like dove in from there. And just I as I got one piece after another, is like I started to appreciate the real intricacies of the gear and not just the utility of having a knife in my pocket.
Yeah. The story you told about your backyard reminds me of the backyard that we had. I have one sibling, an older brother. We lived in upstate New York, damn near Canada. This was after we left California.
Yeah.
And it was about a maybe 3/4 of an acre, maybe an acre. And at one point, we had amassed a collection of all of the Ninja Turtle weapons.
Yes.
So,
Which
um,
one are you? Hold on.
so I always liked, believe it or not, I didn't prefer his weapon, but I liked Donatello,
Donatello's a
who I
good.
feel like is often like the butt of the jokes for kind of being a nerd, but like I've tended to be that type, like just personality wise, like maybe a little more introverted, a little
Yeah.
more cerebral, and like kind of geared toward like engineering type stuff. So I could always relate to him and Michelangelo because he was funny.
Yeah.
Um, but my dad got us a pair of size from a friend of his who was from Japan. Got like a legit set of size. Raphael was my brother's favorite.
Yeah.
And then we had taken, my brother and I were both involved in martial arts, and we got some nunchucks, we had bows, we had swords, throwing stars. I mean, you name it. Like any weapon that a kid could get their hands on, we were
All
trying.
the ninja stuff.
Yeah, we were trying to get our hands on it, and throwing knives at trees and pretending to be the Ninja Turtles. So yeah, in 1990, you probably would have found me somewhere in upstate New York pretending to be a Ninja Turtle, playing with whatever weapons I could get my hands on. So it's weird though, because I don't like, and I would assume you're the same way just based on our conversations and your demeanor. I am the furthest thing from being a violent person,
Same.
but there's just this weird thing about, I think, not just males, but probably more so than females, just this fascination with weapons because they're just cool, and we, to an extent, grew up with them in film and TV and pop culture. And it's like someone might walk into my office. This is where I work every day, and I have a rifle, I have my concealed handgun, and literally a bookcase full of knives, and think, you are a freaking monster. Who is this psycho? Um, and I think about that. Like if a stranger walked in, or like a new neighbor into my office and just saw what I have on display, they'd be like, is this guy a serial killer or what? But it's
Right.
like, no, I'm just a pretty laid back dude who likes to read a lot. Like I'm pretty dorky actually. I just like knives. Um,
Yeah.
it's
I think
funny how
they're
that.
natural. I don't know. Like I find so people in my real like social circle in real life. My dad and my brothers obviously kind of get it because they're like they're the cloth I'm cut from, right?
Right.
As I've had friends who've come over to our place for dinner or something, most of them know that I'm into knives because I can't help but talk about it if we spend real time together. But
Sure.
as I've found, like certain friends, if we've hung out long enough and it's like gotten to the point in the relationship where I can show them my collection, right? Like
Yeah.
if
Yeah. It's a big step.
we cross
Big
that
step.
bridge, then I found that most other, not only dudes, but like a few months ago, I had my friend and his wife and their kids over for dinner. And my friend, we'd been hiking a lot, and he loves like seeing what I bring on hikes. And he just like, I bought him a fixed blade because he didn't have one. And he was like kind of like geeking about it. So I showed him my whole collection. And what I noticed was his wife was like super interested as well. Like that it's just, there's an inherent like kind of coolness to some of this gear. And
Right.
not everybody gets it. But I think a lot of it is how it's framed, right? Like if someone walked into your office, didn't have a relationship with you, and they're like, what is this wall of weapons, right? But if they know you first and they know what type of person you are,
Right.
then actually I think we're sometimes embarrassed of this hobby, but I think a lot of people think it's way cooler than we assume that they will. Because people collect like stamps and stuff, like we
Right.
collect cooler things than that. And these are tools, there's some functionality to them. Everybody at least uses knives in the kitchen or something. They
Yeah.
understand that it's not just a weapon. And like I have some knives that look very weapony, right? But it's also
Right.
fun. You saying like what your case looks like made me think of the memes where it's like the police today, where they apprehended a person and they found a cache of weapons full of 500 rounds of ammunition and 2 knives. And it's like, wait, is that a lot? Like,
Yeah.
of us who
I
are in the hobby, it's like, oh man, that doesn't sound like an armory to me.
Yeah. I read an article just the other day about it. I don't remember what it was to do with, but it was something to that effect. It was somebody who had like a rifle and a pistol. I
Yeah,
was like, that's all they had. Like,
they found
must have been a light day.
rounds of
Um,
ammunition on the premises. It's like,
yeah, yeah. All these high capacity, 10-round pistol magazines or whatever. Yeah, we have these two sweet ladies that come to our house every so often to clean, just kind of as needed. Like maybe once every 4 or 5 months, we might call and be like, "Hey, can you? Things are crazy busy with the young kids, and we just need a hand." And so they'll come to clean. And I remember the first time they came, I just walked them into my office, and I was like, I'm very particular about certain things and the way I organize things. You can probably tell from the bookshelves behind me, just the way I organize things. I'm very particular. So there's a couple things I want to point out to them, but I just didn't even pretend that like there wasn't a giant cabinet full of knives. And this was back when I had like well over 200. I mean, it was just full, and there's probably 7 shelves.
yeah, you could be a
And
with that amount.
yeah, I was like, I collect pocket knives. It's like bolted to the wall, so it's not going to fall over. There's a child lock on the latch, so like you don't need to open it and dust in there. Don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, like don't touch them actually. Um, but I just told them like, yeah, there's some knives in here, so don't freak out if you walk in and see it. But yeah, it's
Was their
interesting.
reaction weird, or were they just like, okay?
No, yeah, it was they could have cared less. And I imagine in their line of work, it's like that's nowhere near
Some
weird,
weird stuff.
compared to some of the other shit they've probably seen. So,
Yeah.
yeah, they didn't have any issues with it at all. But I've got some other stuff that like kind of like I've got like my badge from when I worked full time as a paramedic, and like some other things other than just knives that kind of make it look a little more like a curated
Display.
display. So it's not just like cabinet of death, you know what I mean? It's like it's kind of tasteful, I guess. So that probably helps. Speaking of cabinet of death, what was the name your daughter gave to the I was
To the
thinking about this today. Yeah,
death
was it
skull.
Death Skull? That's right.
Yeah, I finished filming like the unboxing of it, and she's a sweetheart. She couldn't care less, really, honestly, about knives, but she knows that they're very important to me. And she's turning 6 soon, so she's still pretty little. And she'll just make a point, like like a husband should if his wife got a haircut, to like compliment the
Yeah,
haircut. Right? She'll make a
yeah,
point when she knows I got a new knife to be like, "Oh, Dad, did you get a new knife?" Yeah. "Oh, can I see it?" And like I know she doesn't care, but she also has this affinity for, she just really likes naming things, and she's really good at like remembering names. And like you could talk to her about a movie that she saw one time a year ago, and if it's like an animated children's film, she'll remember who all the characters names are. She just
oh
loves them.
wow,
And so the way that she like connects with my knives is, a, she'll ask me to see them, which she knows I want an opportunity to show it to someone because I care about it. But then she'll also like just name things. And sometimes it's like the most random, like you could tell she's not really like paying attention. She's just like, "Oh, call it
right.
this." But with that one, she like took one good hard look at it. She's like, "Oh, is this one called Death Skull?" like it was like it had to already be named that. And I was like, "It is now. That's, yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
from
it is."
now until forever, it will
It's like she
from this
sees
day
that,
forward.
it's all murdered out black. "Oh, is this one called Death Skull?" Yes. So
That's adorable. She sounds like a sweetheart. My oldest son, who is about to turn 4, Jackson, he's fascinated with my knives and my flashlights, and he doesn't have access to my office, but if I'm in here, he can certainly come in, and I'm kind of trying to introduce him to the concepts of kind of what a folding knife is and what it's not, and the safety aspect of it. And so this year for Christmas, it was actually a gift from a neighbor. He got his first like plastic kid like Swiss Army multi-tool type thing. It's got like a saw, like a plastic saw blade, knife blade, a magnifying glass. And I don't know that I have ever used the word multi-tool around him. I have a couple. I'm not a big multi-tool guy. I've got a couple Leathermans that just kind of sit around, but I don't tend to carry them on a daily. And when he got it, it came in this kit, and he just calls it his adventure kit. It's a backpack with like a canteen, a compass, um, a map, and this like multi-tool thing, some binoculars. He calls it his adventure bag, and he wants to wear it everywhere he goes. And as he's opening it and going through all the stuff in it, he pulls out, he goes, a multi-tool. And I'm thinking, how do you even know what that word is? Because I don't think I've ever used that word, but he's really into it. And so I'm teaching him how to like open it. It's like a little Tykes type thing. It's just straight plastic. Couldn't possibly hurt himself with it, but we're still kind of going through the process of like, okay, you open a blade and then, you kind of two-handed close it, safely.
Right.
So I'm hoping by the time he's like maybe 7, I can get him that's how old I was when I got my first proper pocket knife of my own. It was a Buck. I'm actually looking at it right now. It was a Buck Squire or a Buck Prince. Just a lockback, kind of a classic rosewood handle. Got it on my 7th birthday. And my brother got his first knife on his 7th birthday. So I feel like it's a reasonable age, I guess. It makes sense.
Yeah, I think so I got a Swiss Army knife first. It was just like one of the tiny, like really small ones with like a blade and a file and maybe scissors, like real small, right?
Yeah, like the classic little, like the keychain size.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I was probably 5 or 6. I don't know what my dad was thinking, but I never cut myself on it, so it worked. But then, I think I was probably 8 when my dad let me get my first like locking pocket knife with a clip that I could like carry.
Yeah.
And that was a big deal. I don't know when for my daughter it'll be the right time, but she has one of those wooden dragonflies from Spyderco. I got her the kit.
Yes.
And
those are badass
together. And so Jeff over at Cutlery Shop sent me one of his glow in the dark.
Great dude, man.
The best.
He's so good.
So when he sent me this, I was like, Jeff, I'm not a big backlocks kind of guy. Like, I don't see myself like needing this long term. Can I just borrow it and send it back to you? And he was like, no, keep it and then give it to your wife or daughter. And he didn't know at the time my daughter has a wooden dragonfly. So now already she's awesome. Getting used to the dragonfly. And then this will be her first real knife, which it's glow in the dark. It's kind of fun.
Oh, she'll love it. That's adorable. So I actually already have, and this is going to illustrate, I think, kind of a little bit of how lame I am, but also how much I am into this hobby. So I already have both of my sons' first knives purchased.
Love it.
And I'm gonna get them out of the cabinet real quick and just quickly show them to you.
There's the Benzes.
They both came from the Benchmade Custom Shop.
Oh, right.
And they're both in S90V. So they are mini Crooked Rivers.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they're identical other than the color. So one has a red pivot collar and a red backspacer. The other is blue. But on the back side, so this is my oldest son, and his middle name is Wolf. And so got the wolf image engraved on the back of the back side of the blade. So he'll have his wolf mini Crooked River.
That's so cool.
And then my youngest son, his middle name is Hawk. And so his has a hawk on the back side of the blade. So they'll have kind of like matching-ish mini Crooked Rivers with their middle names represented with those images. But if I'm being honest with you, Jake, it was an opportunity for me to go in the custom shop and build two cool knives. I was like, obviously I want carbon fiber. Obviously I want S90V.
Right.
And my youngest is not even 1, and my oldest is not yet 4. So I basically bought myself 2 knives that they'll eventually get. But
Well,
Anyway,
it's a meaningful gesture. There's worse ways to
yeah.
money.
And the wife was all for it, right? That was an easy sell with the wife, right? Very sentimental. So
Yeah, you have
she
to.
she didn't have any issues with that with the with those purchases.
That's what dads are for.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh man. So, um, I know you've mentioned for you like certain knives that you have, they look brand new for years, which is I'm guilty of the same thing for certain
yeah.
knives. Do you have like a certain kind of philosophy of use for your user knives? Like, is there a type of use you find yourself doing? Are you like an outdoorsy kind of guy? Is it mostly, I know you said opening packages a lot of the time, but is there like a hard use task that you find yourself doing, or where's that line for you?
Yeah, not really. I don't find myself doing much hard use, if I'm being honest, and obviously I try to keep it real. Um,
I think that's
I
great.
I
The whole use your stuff crowd, for lack of
yeah,
they
yeah,
because I don't require that anybody hard use anything that they buy.
yeah. I love the outdoors. Where I live in North Texas, in Dallas Fort Worth area, um, it's not super conducive to outdoorsy things, hiking and things of that nature. I do hunt um, occasionally, maybe like once a year, deer, hog, things like that. So, like, you know, uh, maybe like dressing an animal might be the most like work I would put a knife through.
Mhm.
I really like, I wouldn't call it a hobby, but I really enjoy yard work, which sounds probably crazy to a lot of people, but I really enjoy getting out in the yard and um, cutting the grass and
Put
trimming
on
the
your
hedges and
and you go get on your ride on mower.
yeah, exactly. I've even got this like it's actually almost like a fanny pack for like the out for like gardening or something that I'll use to like keep like pruning shears and stuff. And of course I had to get like the top of the line like expensive German made pruning shears because I can't have like a shitty quality piece of cutlery. Um but if I'm out in the yard, I'll often find myself, maybe having to do something a little harder, but and honestly, for that, I almost always use the Sabenza, the Tanto Sabenza 21. This thing has just been destroyed over the years. The snail trails on this thing have almost turned into just like looking like it has like a nice stonewash finish because there's so many. Um, but yeah, I have like a half a dozen. Like I've got a Native 5 and S90V, which is one of my favorite stainless steels. I've got a bug out, a couple of Victorinox knives that I use pretty regularly, the Sage 5. Um, and those are the ones I tend to really use the most. Um, Everything else, to be honest, just they open envelopes, they open packages occasionally. Um, what you won't see from me, what you'll never see from me is a picture on Instagram of like my pocket dump for the day that shows an Arius. You may see just like a photo shoot of this knife,
Mhm.
um, but if you ever see a pocket dump with me holding an Arius and a flashlight and a Hank, I am lying because it's not what I carried that day. Um, Most likely, I have and will carry an Arius, but when I do, nothing else goes in that pocket. I wear a silicone wedding band. Like I'm super careful, and so I try to keep it real and keep it honest as far as that's concerned. So yeah, a lot of my stuff just looks pristine
That
for
I
the most
think
part.
my big thing. So like, I tend to use my knives a fair bit. I would think I use them more than maybe the average person in the hobby, but I'm by
Yeah,
no means like using my knives harder than anybody out there. Never going to claim to be. But one of the things that I noticed on a lot of like YouTube reviewer channels is a lot of guys were talking about how good a knife is in a hard use scenario, and I didn't believe that they were ever in one. And so
right.
what I love is like, again, I have no problem with people who buy knives and never cut with them. Like you could keep it new in box and like just have this collection of knives stored away in boxes because that's the kind of collector you are. Like more power to you. I think that's great.
Right.
I got no problem with it. But what does kind of grind my gears a little is when people are, oh, this is a fantastic user knife. Like I've done tons of work with this, and it's like not that I always have proof that they didn't, but sometimes I just question that. So I try to make a point when I talk about using a video to like specifically, at least to the best of my recollection, talk about the tasks I remember doing with it.
Right.
A lot of the time, that's opening packages and processing cardboard. Like that's the most common way to do. But I also sometimes will use them harder than that. And I think it's just good to be open about that, because as somebody who used to just consume knife content and make buying decisions based on it, there were a handful of times where I'd buy something that a reviewer would say, like, this is a great workhorse knife. The ergos are fantastic when you're really working with it. Statements like that. And then I'd get it and it's like, this edge profile sucks for cardboard. These ergos hurt my hand if I'm cutting with it for more than 5 minutes. Like, I don't think you actually cut with this, dude. Or we just have very different standards, but that transparency is something I super value. So
I'm certainly no saint as far as that's concerned. I mean, there's plenty of pictures in my Instagram feed of like what would be like or could conceivably be like an EDC carry, but it's clearly just a display of products. But generally speaking, it's just going to be one knife that I'm kind of showing off or showcasing.
Mm-hmm.
But recently I was doing preventative maintenance on my riding mower, my lawn tractor, and I had to like cut a really thick rubber hose to a proper length in order to drain the engine oil. And I had to like pop some clips, like these plastic retention clips,
mm-hmm.
hold the hood in place, because I had to get in there and do some stuff. And that particular day, I grabbed the Sabenza specifically because because I don't care like if it gets grease and grime or if I drop it on the concrete, I just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And the hollow grind, like getting through that really, really thick walled rubber tubing worked quite nicely. I pried with it, kind of like with the spine, near the tip, but with the spine. So I'm not afraid to like really use a knife, frankly, for things I probably shouldn't even be using it for. I'm just really selective with the ones that I use in those scenarios. So like if I had my Spartan Palace in my pocket that day, I would swap it out. I wouldn't have used that for that task. Yeah. So
I can be the same way. One of my most used knives is my Boker Lateralis in D2. And
nice. I love that design.
Yeah, it's a JB Stout design. It's a cool knife. And my like around the house, that type of stuff, like we have our air conditioning unit is really poorly thought out the way it works, and water like collects up in the attic. So there's this pipe that runs out to the backyard, which just like drips into our backyard. I don't know how. We rent, so I'm not trying to fix it, but
right.
I run a pipe now in addition to that goes over the fence, so the water doesn't just drip in our backyard, it drips past the gate. I don't know how up to code that is, but I don't know how up to code any of the situation is. Anyway, when I'm doing stuff like when I was figuring out how to deal with that, and I like bought some straps to get it to sit the right way, and then some like connector hose, like you said, like thick rubber hose type of stuff. Like I'm doing like dirty, messy work. Like this is the knife a lot of the time that I'll grab for. This isn't one of my favorite knives in my collection, like, but it's a knife that I've sharpened several times that I just don't. It was like $80 new, and at the time it was a very nice knife for me. But now it's like this can, if it broke in half, I wouldn't shed a tear. You know, it's not a big deal. And so I think most of us who are, if we're honest, like I'm not reaching for my Arius for that type of cutting task. But if my Arius is in my pocket and I need to like process cardboard for the dumpster, I'm not afraid to do like EDM duty stuff with it either.
Yeah. I think people also often underestimate how well certain blade steels and finishes clean up. Like I've had some blades that just look like they've been through hell and back. and with some acetone or rubbing alcohol, magic eraser, and 5 minutes, it's like it looks brand new again. So I think sometimes people are afraid to get them a little gummy or dirty, especially when you're going through a lot of cardboard and you're going through the tape along with it, so you get that kind of that gummy tape residue, and then all the dirt sticks to it, and it just looks like
Right.
you think it's going to stay that way forever, but it really doesn't.
Little goo gone, and you're back to
Yeah. So this knife, which again is kind of my go-to beater knife, this Tanto Sebenza 21. I gotta tell you a quick story about this because it was the most liberating thing that I had ever done in this hobby. It wasn't my first Chris Reeve, but not long after I bought this, and I bought it new. I bought it from Knife Joy. I took a cheaper knife. I think it was a Dozier actually. I took the spine of that blade and I ran a giant snail trail right down the show side scale of this knife.
Yeah.
It was brand new, just sparkling, and I just blemished it on purpose. And from that moment forward, and I did not regret it. From that moment forward, it lost that sort of untouchable feeling for me. And now I treat it the same way I would treat a $20 Ka-Bar Dozier. I would be upset if I lost it because they're not inexpensive, but
Right.
it just immediately took away that fear of really putting it to use, having it bang around in my pocket with other stuff. I have another Chris Reeve or two that can sit in the cabinet and just be showpieces, but there was something very liberating about intentionally, putting a blemish just right down the show scale of an expensive knife. And ever since then, I've used the hell out of it.
I bet.
And I've gotten more joy, honestly, probably using it over the last year than I ever would have if it had just stayed pristine in the cabinet. For sure.
Yeah, so when I got my first Arius, I safe queened it. I carried it a lot, but I'd never cut anything with it. I always made sure I had a secondary on me that was like a user, right?
Right.
I mostly just fidgeted with it. And then I ended up, that was one of the knives that I sold, I think, actually, to get my SIG. And so then when I realized how much I missed the Arius, and it was like one of the only knives that I ever really felt I needed to get back in the collection and get another one of, I just kind of committed to myself, if I buy another Arius this time, it can't be to just let it sit in the box or to not cut with it, because then it's not worth it to me.
Yeah.
Then it's knives like that are too pretty to use and are expensive are the first knives that I sell as soon as something cool comes in. And so, well, it's just the easiest to get a chunk of money out to use for something else. You're not selling multiples. So that's just kind of the way it goes. And so I did a video when I got this one, and I did kind of a joke, the heater take yours thing. And I just jammed it into a tree, and it didn't do anything to it, in fairness. It didn't actually mess it up, but the sensation of just allowing myself to do that with it, even though it was tongue-in-cheek, kind of funny for a video, you're sticking in a tree kind of thing. I get it. It feels really good to let yourself use something that nice, and then just then it's fair game. This knife has gone with me, and I'll bring this knife hiking with me for entire days. And I'm not hacking vines in the jungle with it, but if I'm out on the trail and there's loose stuff hanging over the trail that's blocking or whatever, I've hacked through twigs and all kinds of nastiness, and it's a knife to me now. It's a tool, and I've gotten way more than my $600 or whatever I'm in this for out of the enjoyment that I have from it. Whereas that first one, the Gen 3, which was just as good of a knife, I did not get that much enjoyment out of, not even close.
Yeah. I was just talking to a buddy of mine about, so I have a Gen 4, probably similar to yours. It's the patterned titanium, but it's a flipper delete. And as I mentioned earlier, the choil is so much bigger on the Gen 4s than the Gen 3. So I much prefer the Gen 3s for the flipper deletes. And so I've been toying with the idea of, I probably wouldn't do what I did to the Sabenza. I wouldn't just like fuck it up on purpose,
Yeah.
but I am considering either getting a flipper, a Gen 4 flipper, or just taking that one and just resigning myself to the fact that it's going to be a user and kind of let it just get beat up over time the way the Sabenza did, and just not really care about it. Because I really do want to kind of experience the full range of what this knife can do, right? Like I've processed some cardboard, not a lot, and I intentionally try to avoid like lots of tape if that's involved. And it's opened a lot of packages, or I'm sorry, mail. Like I open every piece of like envelope mail with a knife just because I'm a knife guy, so why wouldn't I?
Same.
But yeah, I'm really toying with the idea of just making like kind of adding that to like my beater collection and just let myself just get it dirty. Because yeah, there's something about that that's liberating for sure.
Yeah, and like, I'm the last person to say like you should use every knife you buy, because I buy tons that not that I don't use at all. Like especially if it's something I'm reviewing, I want to at least have done a little cutting with it. But there's a lot of knives I buy and then sell, and you can't tell that I used them. You know, like
same here.
There's no evidence that I was ever there, and there's reasoning behind that. Like I'm not apologetic about that, because that's part of how I exist in the hobby the way I do and experience a lot of new things. But there's a different type of value, rather than looking at something as like the number it's worth and the number you can get back out of it, and instead trying to get that money's worth out of like enjoyment of the tool. Like it's a different relationship. And for you, that's the Sabenza, which I would be willing to bet like to you that Sabenza knew it was what, $450.
Yeah.
Like you letting yourself use a nice thing, like that's your treat yourself. Like me letting
100%.
myself use my Arius is less frivolous than a lot of people who would like spend a bunch of money on going to the spa for a day,
Right.
And I can use this for years. And the more I let myself use it, the more I'm like, I'm worth using. That sounds so cheesy to say, but it's like,
no, I hear you. Like I've got buddies that will spend like in 2 trips to the bar, they'll spend as much on drinks in 2 weekends
easily
as I did on this. I don't drink, so
I don't drink out. You're in good company here.
To each their own. I got some Fresca in my little Tupperware cup here, but
I have mate, but I drank like literally 3 big cups of mate today. So
nice.
Yeah,
so everyone's got their their way they want to spend their money. I do think the use your stuff crowd, they crack me up, man. Like the purists who truly believe that if you are not going to carry it, use it hard, get it scratched up, then you're just, don't even deserve to be part of the conversation. It just, I find it so interesting, like on a sociological level, how much people care and want to make sure that they care what other people do with their belongings, right? Whether like you said, I know a lot of people who buy an extra of every Spyderco Sprint. I've done this in the past with a lot of Spydercos, and I wouldn't even open it, or I'd slide it out, right? I'd slide it out, make sure it was the right knife, put it back into a cabinet, and never touch it. Why would anybody care, right? Like that I do that with that knife,
right?
Or maybe somebody is a Chris Reeve purist, and they think it's sacrilege to intentionally scratch a knife. Like either way, whichever extreme end of that spectrum you're on, I've never understood why you would waste any time giving a shit what other people are doing with their stuff.
I think honestly, a lot of it stems from, and I'm not a psychologist by any means, but I think that's one of those behaviors that if you look at not just in the realm of knives, but in general, people not being able to mind their own business and wanting to project things onto other people, it's so
Yeah.
often just an insecurity thing. Like
Yeah.
they want to appear macho and alpha and all this stuff. And so they're going to hop in the comments section and, well, you couldn't know because you don't use your stuff as hard as I do. And it's like this macho, tough guy act. And I
Right.
don't have time. I'm too secure
Yeah.
to buy into that.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting, like, I genuinely think it's an insecurity thing.
Yeah. I think you're right. And yeah, and I just don't care enough. Me and my fanny pack don't care enough what other people think. Speaking of which, I got I know you've got your it's a Adidas, right? That's the brand.
Yes, sir. I made sure I
Um,
grabbed it for this one because I figured we'd probably talk about
yeah.
it.
So this is the one I'm currently using, the Carhartt that I posted a video on today. But I did buy another one from Carhartt that's a little more traditional in its shape that I'm gonna probably try out. I don't know if I'll switch to it or not, but it's a more classic like
Oh,
fanny pack shape. Similar, strap. Although this would probably work better as like a sling.
mhm.
So I'm gonna switch them out at some point, probably this week, and try it. But yeah, man, the fanny pack gang, um, uh, founder and co-founder right here.
It's a lifestyle, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
It's funny. I've had a number of people privately message me and be like, I think it's really cool that you're so like shamelessly carrying a fanny pack. And I think I don't know, maybe it's just where I'm at in life, but
right.
I've kind of staked my claim of like where I live, I don't look like a weirdo at all for doing it. Like it looks
Yeah,
more normal for me to have one than to not. I look less scary, less threatening to people. And like you cannot argue the utility of it. Just can't.
yeah. My dad. So I mentioned in my video that my dad carried a leather fanny pack when I was a kid on road trips. Especially once we left California, we would drive from Texas to California frequently, and he always had this leather fanny pack. And he commented on the video, kind of to confirm that he did in fact rock the fanny pack and the, you know, like you know, calf height socks and the short shorts, classic like late 80s, early 90s dad look.
Shorts, white shirt with an American flag on it.
Yeah, dude, like just the full uniform.
Oh, I
And
love that. Yeah.
I would say where I live, I probably do look like a weirdo, or maybe a dork would probably be a better way to put it. When
But you
people
don't look threatening.
people see me, um, depending on what I'm wearing, I think sometimes I do intimidate people because I'm a very large person. I'm like 6'4", 275. I'm a very big person.
Mhm.
And if I'm wearing a hat that kind of in my facial hair, just sometimes people tend to think I look more intimidating than I am. I'm a gentle giant, I guess. But
Mhm.
throw a fanny pack on me, and there's no denying, like, I am not a threat.
Right.
And I don't see many of them. And I think it's because I wear mine around my around my waist, and I don't sling it because I'm really broad-shouldered and it just doesn't work as well for me. And so my wife, I don't know if I sent the picture to you. I know I sent it to a couple other dudes on Instagram. My wife took a picture of me when we were at Target. Yeah, we were in the produce section, and I was like picking out like some tomatoes, and she took it from behind, and it's just that fanny pack like on my just above my left ass. And I'm sure there were a number of people who were behind us in aisles or in the checkout who were looking at me like, is this guy really wearing a fanny pack on his fanny? um but I'm just like, whatever. I just don't care. The
Good.
utility
We need,
outweighs any potential thoughts that anyone might have.
yeah, we need people like you in places where it's not already totally socially acceptable to make it that way. So I'm I'm
Yeah,
all for it. My only regret about just getting a fanny pack is that I didn't get one sooner because it's great.
yeah. my EDC bag used to be, it's evolved so much from backpacks, messenger bags. A lot of my EDC bags have been damn near bug out bags. Like you can take it however far you want to take it,
Yeah.
but where I'm at in my life, and I think from seeing your video and your setup, very similar. It's like this is the daily stuff that's essential and kind of nothing else. And I don't need a whole lot of real estate, and they're just convenient, and there's nostalgia around it for me as well. And it also is a little contrarian, I think, just to kind of the community of, you know, the various EDC bag options out there. And so, yeah, I think they're fantastic. So everybody watching, do yourself a favor and just look into it. I'm not saying you need to go buy one, but just look into it. There's a lot of variety out there these days, and I think the fanny pack is making a comeback. Although I will say, I found out today in the comments of my video that in the UK and Australia, the word fanny is a euphemism for female genitalia, and so like if you call somebody a fanny, you're, you know, that's what you're calling them. So they call it a bum bag. And so the couple guys that I know who are from the UK were dogging on me,
I'm
because
fine with bum bag. Bum bag works for
bum
me.
bag I think is almost more hilarious actually. So either way,
I don't need it to
yeah,
sound cool. I think in my mind's eye, kind of the way I look at it, the more uncool it is, the more effective it is at carrying gear that would otherwise be intimidating, right? It's like having,
yeah,
like, there's like companies who make like rifle cases that are shaped like guitar cases.
yeah,
And it's like kind of the same philosophy, right?
right,
It's very hidden in plain sight. It's very like unassuming. It, to me, I'm not a giant like you are, but I'm 6'0". I weigh 185, 190. I've got a big beard. Like I'm not the most
yeah,
unthreatening person.
yeah, for
And
sure,
so I'm terrifying to a lot of people right now. But
yeah,
like you alluded to earlier, neither of us are violent people. We're not looking for reasons to use weapons or anything like that. But I do inherently have this part of me that insists on having items on me that I can use as a weapon should I need to do so to defend myself.
right,
Having an effective means that looks nerdy rather than the contrary is better for me. Like I want there to always remain a little bit of a stigma that it's nerdy and dorky to carry one, because otherwise, like if it catches on too much, then all of a sudden, if it's like agreed upon that EDC guys carry fanny packs, then it's a problem for me because I'm not.
yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Then we'd have to come up with something entirely different.
I'll have to start
Yeah.
actually carrying a purse.
No, nobody. Yeah, that would be the logical next step. Nobody's going to assume the guy with the fanny pack is, you know, is up to no good. But yeah, you're right. I think the dorkier it is, oftentimes the more utilitarian it is and functional it might be. So I wanted to show you something. It's my you've shown guns on your channel, so I don't
Yeah.
know that you'd mind, but I want to see if you can guess what inspired this. So this is my concealed handgun, and I briefly, I think, showed it in my video from today. But this was inspired by, I think we're around the same age. This is inspired by my childhood in terms of how I built it and the design aesthetic and the color scheme. And I'm curious, only one person has ever noticed it. I've never said anything about it, but I'm curious if there's anything about this that looks like thinking of our childhood.
So I will say I'm a little younger than you. I'm 28 right now, but
Okay,
still,
okay,
I have older siblings, so I did watch a lot of things that, like, my oldest brother's 12 years older than me, and a lot of the things that I thought were most cool were things that he enjoyed.
so think video game systems.
Like NES
Yeah,
or Sega Dreamcast.
yeah, NES. Do you remember? Yeah, you probably would if your brothers were that much older.
I played NES for sure.
Yeah. an accessory you could buy for NES for a particular game. The game was called Duck Hunt. You remember Duck Hunt?
Well, yeah, no, I played Duck Hunt, but that was a much lighter gray and had the orange tip on it.
Yeah, so it was, and the color's probably not coming through, but it's gray. It's like a tungsten gray, and then the Nintendo Zapper is essentially what I'm getting at. Had the red trigger and kind of the gray and black theme. So that's what inspired my decisions on this. So I was just curious if you would notice that. But yeah, the color probably doesn't come through very well. It definitely looks darker.
When I was growing up, my grandparents on my mom's side had a cabin up in Big Bear here in Southern California. And Big Bear's really cool. It's up high elevation. There's a lake up there. So we'd go at least once in the summer, do a bunch of hiking and stuff. And we'd go at least once in the winter and do like a snow experience, right? And it's this big A-frame cabin, really cool place. But like my favorite memory of staying in the cabin, other than the things we'd do while we were up there, was that they had NES with Duck Hunt. And
nice.
We had it at home too, but I don't know why it was like synonymous in my head with like
right
cabin. You play Duck Hunt until way too late at night, and it's like part of the vacation experience. And there's a fire in the fireplace, and so I have this connection to Duck Hunt. But I feel like we had like a later version of the controllers or something, because it was like a really light gray, and then it had like some dark gray components on it. But maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was definitely a lighter gray, but it should have had, and maybe there were different versions, but it should have had a red trigger.
I think it was orange on the one I had.
Was it?
Now I'm gonna later I'm gonna send you photos.
Maybe I just designed this entirely wrong, and I now need to go order orange parts.
No, it looks amazing. Every time you've shown, first of all, that gun is not on roster in California, which drives me insane.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I can't stand those specific types of firearm laws, not to mention all of them. But I would love to have a P365 or 365 XL, and the way you've built yours is like how I would spec mine if I were to put one together. I love the optic you've got on it. I think you've gone with the perfect light. It's a great setup. Yeah,
it's pretty much perfect for my needs. It's very concealable, very shootable. I mean, I have a true extra large hand.
Yeah.
And it's very shootable.
See, that gun in your hand is probably like a regular P365 in my medium glove hands.
Yeah, and with the pinky extension on the magazine, I get a full 3 fingers on the handle, and the reach for the trigger is fine for me.
The trigger guard is pretty open and large.
It is
compact, really small trigger space.
Absolutely, and the trigger that I have in it is the dimensions are slightly different than factory, so it gives me a little bit more room for my finger. But the whole package is just well thought out, and to get 12 rounds in something as slim and lightweight as this is just insane.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my Duck Hunt inspired 365.
I love it. Yeah, now I'm definitely going to be figuring out which controller I had, because I have such a clear image of it in my mind too. And it was also like really long. It looked like a competition length barrel. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
The dimensions of it were like it's so imprinted.
Okay. I just Googled it. I'm looking at them right now. So there were definitely different varieties. There's one that's like very orange, like mostly orange and some gray. Then there's, I think, probably the earlier version, which is dark gray, light gray with a red trigger. Just
maybe
Google image. I'm seeing at least 3 different ones. Yeah. So you're not crazy. I'm not crazy. We must have had different versions.
Oh yeah. So if you're on Google Images, at least for me, it may display different for you. But the second one, is that trigger red or is that orange? It's the one with a dark gray handle and a dark gray barrel, and then it had like a light gray component where it says Nintendo on it, and then the trigger is either red or orange, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you see there's a Glock build on there that's modeled up?
I've seen that looks amazing.
That's hilarious.
That looks amazing.
That's quite the Cerakote job.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's and that Glock build, from what I can see, is to me very clearly red.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing
on the Glock it's red for sure.
Trigger. Yeah, there was a few different versions for sure. Some of them do look more orange, some look more red.
It could also be that it was like originally red, and by the time that I was playing it, it had faded to
that's entirely possible.
Some orange in it. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Now I want to play Duck Hunt, man.
Yeah, I had a Nerf battle for the first time in about 25 years. A few weeks ago, I bought my niece and nephew each a Nerf blaster. They're both real into Star Wars, and they're kind of just old enough to like start getting like toy weapons. And so my brother was like, hey, they want Nerf blasters, and we're cool with it. So I bought them each these badass Star Wars themed Nerf blasters, and got a smaller one for my 4-year-old just so he could kind of participate, play with the cousins, and just had a full scale Nerf battle. It was amazing.
I love it. For my daughter, a couple years ago, in like our Christmas white elephant thing that we do with my side of the family, I got in white elephant a Nerf gun, and I was all stoked about it. It's just like a pistol one. And then I was having so much fun with my daughter at home, just like shooting random objects around the house, and I'd cock it for her, but she could hold it and pull the trigger. And so then I went to Target and got her one. Then we both had one. And then it was like so much fun that I was like, I got to get myself like a rifle sized one. So I get myself like this rifle one. And then all of a sudden I'm like down the rabbit hole. And now we've got like, I don't know, 5 or 6 Nerf guns, and they mostly stay in the closet. But then every like couple months, like she'll stumble into them or I'll stumble into them. And then it'll be like a week or two long of us just like constant Nerf in the house until it's like too much and there's Nerf everywhere. We got to put it away again.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
I didn't realize they've come a long way since the Nerf guns that I had in like
the ones with the little balls
90s.
Shoot the yellow. Those are like higher velocity.
It's a lot of fun. The little like darts with like I think they had like a green tip. I mean, the velocity on those things seemed significantly faster than what I remember. Yep. And so I got my niece and nephew and my son each a pair of like kid-size safety glasses, because those things were zooming pretty fast.
Yeah.
I remember my stuff as a kid being a little more lame.
Right.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the effective range when I was a kid with the Nerf guns I had were like 15 feet at the moment. Like to hit like a human-sized target, right?
For sure. Yeah.
But now it's like, I mean, our apartment's only so big, but I could be 30, 40 feet away from like a balloon or something that's in the other room, and I can pretty reliably hit it, which isn't by standards of real accuracy that amazing. Right. Comparatively, it's come a long way.
That's awesome. Yeah. Good stuff.
Man. So we talked about earlier features that we kind of hate on knives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if there are certain features or materials or something at this point in your collection that like really get you going, like things that are big pluses where it's like, if this wasn't in this, I might not be that excited, but because they're using this material, or is there a certain like design philosophy for a knife or a feature? Is there anything that's like a major positive for you, other end of the spectrum?
Yeah, there's a few I think probably that I'm drawn to. I'm a big fan of a hollow grind. If a knife has a hollow grind versus a flat grind or a saber grind, I'm immediately more interested in the knife if it has a hollow grind. It's just my preference. I think there's a case to be made for performance increases in some areas, of which I'll probably never realize, frankly, with my use, but it's just, I like.
In case you ever do, you'll be ready.
And I think they look nice. I'm definitely a much bigger fan of titanium than I probably ever have been. I
Mm.
used to kind of shy away from it. Wasn't a huge fan, but from a materials perspective, I'm definitely getting more into titanium, like fat carbon and kind of carbo quartz and some of those more high-end materials or inlays and things like that.
Mhm.
One thing that I appreciate on a knife is either a good pair of thumb studs or an opening hole.
Mhm.
I I have some that I really enjoy, like a um, Riot K2. It's just a flipper, right? There's no
Right.
thumb studs. There's no hole. The only way to open it is with a flipper, and that's not my preference. I do really appreciate a good set of thumb studs or a hole, which is why something like the Ace Grand was probably my like 2020 knife of the year if I would have picked one
For sure.
in this price range, because I mean that hole is just the geometry of it is just perfect.
As holes go,
Um,
that's a good one.
yeah, for sure. I also appreciate things like crown spines, with which this one happens to have,
Mhm.
um, and good quality hardware is another thing that I used to really not pay attention to or look at,
Mhm.
um, both in its like literally the quality of the material that it's made from, but also the size of the driver. Right, I tend to like larger hardware
Yeah,
than
T6
maybe I used to.
will die.
Yeah, I don't know why that's still a thing. I don't know. I don't know how T6s are still staying around. Um, or like on this Spartan Palace, like I think the thumb studs on this knife are phenomenal. I think it works phenomenally well as a thumb stud knife.
Mhm.
I can reverse flick it like a champion, but I didn't like that it had a flipper, and
Yeah.
so I deleted it, and it just changed the experience for me entirely. So I
Funny you
think
say that. I've heard Curtis specifically say that the flipper tab on that knife
is
wasn't
not,
meant to be a flipper tab, it
yeah,
was a guard.
exactly.
That made it make way more sense for me because I have a loaner of that knife right now, and if I hadn't known that fact about the design, I would have berated that flipper tab because it's terrible as a flipper tab. The detent just isn't right for it.
Yeah, and the detent for a thumb stud deployment is just, I mean,
It's great.
it's so good. I feel like when I first got it and flipped it, I was just like, this is terrible.
What's wrong here? Yeah.
And they told me the same thing, because I made a post on Instagram and just showed the knife, and I think maybe I showed that I had deleted the flipper and that I didn't like the detent, and Spartan Blades commented, and then they DM'd me to explain that it wasn't designed to be a flipper, but when there's a tab right there, what else,
Your brain says to do. Yeah.
right? And it was so unsatisfying, and without it, or if you just don't use it, if you just use the thumb studs, it's fantastic. So, um, yeah, big fan of thumb studs, and any type of middle finger friendly deployment, whether it's studs, holes. I know holes are better than studs. I know that's your thing, and I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Yeah.
Um, but as long as I can middle finger flick it, I'm a happy camper. One thing I will say, though, that I'm more of a fan of than I used to be, or maybe more accepting of, are washers.
Mm.
I, as much as I love an Arius or anything that's on bearings that is just glassy smooth, I still definitely appreciate, yeah, I still appreciate a knife on washers that still maintains good action on washers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the materials and the components and kind of how they interact and interface with one another is definitely something that I pay more attention to than I used to. Um, just those little touches, right? Is the detent ball ceramic, right? Is it, are the bearing stainless versus ceramic? What kind of um, hardware is being used? Some of those finer details I find myself paying more attention to, because if I'm going to spend $300, $400, $500, $600 on a knife, I definitely want to make sure that I'm getting some design elements and materials that can at least mostly justify what I'm going to be spending on that knife. The other thing I'll say, and this has been a weird thing for me, it was unintentional, but I've gone away from a lot of Chinese manufactured knives, not because I have some big political stance to take on it, but I've just kind of sold off a lot of the stuff that I had that was more budget friendly, and now the stuff I have from China is typically higher end stuff that was designed by a designer that I respect, who just happens to have an OEM in China doing their manufacturing, like the K2 or the Chavez, and they're so good. So yeah, those are some of the things that I'm focused more on lately, is just the finer details.
I like that. You? So first of all, I think that's a very good answer, and I agree with 98% of what you said because I appreciate all those same things. And I think that's kind of a lot of the time when I talk about like getting into the minutia of what makes a knife good, it's those little details that when you're just getting into knives, it's harder to even know the difference that they make, like the difference between a T6 and a T8 head on a screw. When you're just getting into knives, it's like, why do you care? But the more you get into it, I think for me, it shows that the designer and the maker, that they care.
Right.
They're not just making another knife to have another SKU on their shelf, but they're thoughtfully creating something that should elicit a reaction, right? When I'm talking about spending reasonable amounts of money on a knife, hundreds of dollars, then like they should have thought about those little things. It shouldn't just be another thing they put out just to have a different shape of the same thing, So I think those little odds and ends really come together. But just like you, I don't really play the Chinese knife game all that much anymore, with one exception. If you look at the like stuff that I've been reviewing lately, what's in my pockets right now. Today I carried my birch tree sea camp, which I don't know if you've
right?
Riat made. This was 350, 360.
Yep.
Hollow grind. That's fantastic. It's got great hardware. It's a bolster lock, which is something that I'm finding. I've always appreciated bolster locks for kind of how they look, and I've never had issues with how they work, but I'm kind of finding bolster locks might be my favorite setup the more that I use them. But it's just this knife coming from a designer that I really like in the US and being built by Riat feels really special. And I'm holes are greater than studs guy, right? But these thumb studs, goodness, this action is just wildly good. So yeah, like the Chinese made knives that are being made there by Riat from designers that I like here, I really vibe with. So the other knife I'm carrying is the Urban EDC Supply F5.5.
Nice.
Another example of like Jesper Voxnay's, I really like his design language. And I think it would be hard to even pick a favorite right now for me between this and the Grand. And the Grand is one of my favorite knives of 2020.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. But this is as good to me. It's nested liners. It's nice micarta. It's all good components. The blade grind, I really like the belt satin that they do. I like how high they take it. Like, it's just a really well thought out knife. And so, yeah, I'm buying a lot of like US made stuff because I like buying US made stuff. And I've kind of navigated towards buying from designers and like makers that I like. I'm not playing the customs game yet. I'm not there with my budget. Yeah. But when I can get a knife produced somewhere else, but designed by the person I want to buy the knife from, like the Pina knives that I've been trying recently, again, by Riat. Like, I'm just on a kick with these Riat produced knives because they're kind of untouchable in the amount of like fit and finish and material and all that kind of stuff you get for your money from what I've found. And they still are really good at instilling all of those details that the designer actually wants in the knife.
Yeah.
Some
They just
collabs feel like they're the knife company who made it more than they are the designer who designed it. And I feel like the Riat built ones, you get this awesome blend of just being phenomenally put together, but you still get like the soul of the creator in it. Like it still
right.
feels like it's a Vox or like it's a Pina or it's a birch tree. And it just happens to be put together really, really well by a company who knows how to do it, but they still put the designer into it too.
Yeah. I mean, Riot just crushes it. I mean, they know how to make a freaking knife. And I similarly to you, I kind of got out of the Chinese knife game. Again, not really like with some like really passionate intent, but it
Right.
just kind of happened. And
I'm not
I
afraid of Civivis. They're not compelling to me. Like
yeah, I used to have when I was in my 200 close to 300 plus, knife days, I had literally well over a dozen Civivis, but they do nothing for me now. Um, I find that so I will not purchase anything from a Chinese company that is known for ripping off designs. That goes without saying. Um, your steel wheels and your Civivis, whatever. Like I've owned so many of both of those, and
have their place.
they put out some great knives. Um, but Riot is just it's unbelievable to me how good their knives are compared to a lot of US OEM produced knives that are twice the price.
Right.
Um, and again, I think having a designer who makes a conscious decision that I'm going to design this knife and somebody has to make it for me,
Right.
right? Ramon Chavez says, I'm going to put out a production 229. He has to make a choice on who's going to manufacture that on his behalf.
Right.
And if I'm a knife maker right now, there is no question that I'm going to Riat. As a matter of fact, a buddy of mine recently designed a knife and was able to get it crowdsourced, and I think it's being built by Best Tech, maybe.
Best Tech is doing
Or
some really good stuff right now too, to be fair.
yeah,
They've come a
yeah,
long way the last couple of years.
they have. But he tried for a few months to find a US based OEM,
Right.
and the responses were basically, we're just not taking on as many of these projects anymore, or maybe the quantity that he was looking for didn't meet their minimum. And so I kind of learned from somebody who went through it that it's not as easy as one might think
Right.
to just find a US OEM to build a knife like the 229, and have the quality and quality control be what it is through a company like Riat. And just looking in my cabinet
And the
at
time,
knives,
if you look at how quick, like Rio
yeah,
can make a batch of, I don't know what their minimum is. Say their minimum is 300 knives or whatever. Like from the time that they get the green light, it's really only a couple of months until you have that. And I, I always try to tread lightly here. I feel like I've been a little bit disparaging in the past, but like Millet Knives is the one that I usually think of
mhm,
when I think of
yeah,
a US manufacturer who
right,
like supposedly is set up to do production runs for companies, because that's a thing that they do from time to
mhm,
time. But like just from the outside looking in, the time it takes Millet to complete a project, not even just compared to the original deadline that they said it would be ready, but like if you look at the whole, like how long it takes them to make a few hundred production knives for a designer, it just seems like it's insanely long. And I
it
haven't
is,
handled
yeah,
many knives made by Millet, but the ones that I have, I can't say feel better than Weez or Riats, or like it's hard. I
yeah,
want to root for the home team here. Obviously, I would love, like,
100%.
this isn't like super common knowledge and nothing is 100% yet, but I've been working on a knife design with a buddy that may become real. And
Very cool.
where we're at in the process, it's like the idea of picking who could potentially make it for us, as I don't have a CNC, I don't have the ability or the knowledge, or like I, neither does my buddy who I designed. Like the option of finding a good US person who's set up to do that, we'd basically have to like convince someone who's never made a knife but is in machining
Right.
to start with us. And that's a huge gamble too. Like when it's
Yeah.
actually your money you're playing with and your product that you want to be good, like, I don't know. I sympathize.
Yeah.
The people who are choosing Chinese production because it's faster, it's cheaper, and the quality is amazing.
Yeah, and I think in some cases they may not literally have a choice just based on the price point of their knife, the design, the timeline. They're getting turned down by some other OEMs, but Riyadh's just crushing it. And then after getting the Custom Knife Factory Satori 2.0,
I wish I had mine here. I loaned it out. Otherwise, I'd hold mine up too. But
yeah, I'll hold it up. And you know what this reminds me of? Another, I guess, kind of reference from my childhood. And you kind of touched on this concept in your video, but in the movie Back to the Future Part 2, there's a scene where Marty McFly is outside of a movie theater, and this hologram of a shark comes out of the movie theater, and he like ducks for cover because it looks so real. It's just coming out at him.
Right.
And this totally has that vibe that you
talk moving forward.
Is just growing. And so ever since I got this, I'm just thinking, not only do I want to try more CKF stuff, which I've got the snafu on the way, which I'll send out to you to take a look at. I love that the fuller allows for middle finger flicking. But I really kind of want to try to get my hands on a full size Satori.
There's less of them. It's harder.
I know. I've tried a little bit and it is hard, but I've got one Shiro on the way, and so I've kind of dipped my toe very quickly, just in a matter of a few weeks, into like a few Russian-made knives, and so I'm excited and also kind of worried about that because I have a feeling I'm gonna like a lot of what's coming my way. So
that's the interesting part too about the country of origin thing, right? Like there's some people who are very against China, and like I very fair arguments coming from that.
Yes.
The way that China is politically and the way they treat their shit. Like, there's a lot that's to be said there, sure.
But they will buy a Russian knife.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like, is it just anti-China or is it pro-America? Because if it's just because we're pro-America, then what about Italian knives? What about Russian knives? Like,
right.
There are other places, like the Giant Mouse Ace Grand for sub $200, Italian made, Elmax nested liners, micarta. Yeah. That knife kind of shocks me that it's Italian origin, because I associate Italian knives oftentimes with being more expensive for less favorable materials than that one is. So I'm intrigued to see if that becomes more of a thing, that the Italian players are going to start competing more heavily with the price points that the Chinese players are in.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. Because like the Grand is so good.
Oh, it is.
It was just so good.
Have you gotten a f5.5?
I didn't. I strongly considered trying to snag one of the just the full titanium when they launched. It was Urban EDC Supply, right? That did those. The dimensions is what made me decide not to.
Yeah.
And I have found with some knives like the Satori, which I'm so glad that I bought, because I have extra large hands. Like my hand fits completely into an extra large like mechanics glove, and I can still get essentially a full 4-finger grip on this knife, which doesn't really even make sense that should be possible. But it is possible. And this is probably among the smaller knives that I have in my collection currently. Like a Benchmade Bug Out, I've got 2 left that I've not sold, or like probably the Spydercos actually are the smaller knives in my collection, like the Natives and the Sage. So I'm trying to stay in like the 8-inch and overall range, and so that's the only reason I didn't pull the trigger on the 5.5. But I've heard really good about it.
Change your tune on it. There's, I think, what's probably going to be the final drop. They're doing the carbon fiber ones this week. I think on Wednesday is when they do their drops.
Oh, nice.
So there's a few more left to be dropped.
I have an alarm set on my phone. I have an alarm set. I'm in the central time zone, but I have an alarm that goes off at 1:55 p.m. every Wednesday to remind me of the Urban EDC drop. I have a bunch of alarms for websites that do regular drops.
Just to see.
Just my alarms on my phone, I think, speak volumes of how into this hobby I am. But yeah, I may check it out because the Satori, I mean, it worked great for me. So
So the
I've
5.5 for
heard good
you,
things. Is yours micarta?
yeah, I did natural micarta. You would definitely get only 3 fingers in
Okay.
the primary grip, but it's a comfortable spot for the pinky to hang off.
Yeah.
And then it does have the forward choil. If I'm being
Right.
honest, even for my hands,
Wow.
it's not a very big forward choil. So I'm not like hammer gripping in the choil because then I'm kind of touching the edge. But for like behind the first knuckle, if you will, I can easily get my pointer finger in there. And then I've got plenty of real estate on here. The jimping is set forward, kind of traditional Voxnase style. So it feels really good choked up, but it's not like how Spider goes with a forward choil oftentimes, like on the native or the PM2. It feels like the spot where your finger is supposed to permanently go is in the forward choil. This one, it doesn't. It feels like you're supposed to use it for specific tasks and then come back to a primary grip, if that makes sense.
Right. I love where they place the jimping, like on the Grand or on the 5.5, having it forward like that. It makes sense, and it's just, I love it.
I don't know why that's not a more common thing. Like every time that I review a giant mouse product or something like that, it's always like, why are there not more companies doing crown spines and jimping placed further
Yeah.
forward? And like there's just a couple of things that they really get right on their knives there, and that those are the features that I think should be way more common. And I don't know why they aren't.
Yeah, there's not a lot that I could say bad about the Grand, and I think the same could be said about a number of their other models, whether it's the Biblio or
The
anything else designed by them. But I mean, a crown spine, uh, a nice liner lock,
wire clip.
they always do good micarta. Love the wire clip, perfect opening hole, super comfy. I did chamfer the show scale to give me a little better access to the liner lock. I felt like it was just a little awkward, and I have big hands, so maybe it's just a anatomy thing. But I chamfered the micarta on one side just to give myself a little more access. But yeah, big fan.
Yeah, they're doing good things. The Riv is going to be way too small for you, but this one has shocked me as well. Their new one, it's like a smaller Biblio. They made the finger choil bigger than they do on the Biblio, and so as little knives go, it's my new favorite for sure. It's just like really, really
nice.
Good, but it's tiny. It's a real little guy.
I find that forward finger choils for me tend to, and maybe this is another thing that I've just evolved into, is that I tend to just not prefer them. I would prefer on virtually every knife for the cutting edge to just kind of go as far as it can, give me a usable sharpening choil. It doesn't have to be oversized, but I don't find myself, and again, I don't hard use my knives or really often find a need to choke up on a given knife. And so when I see a large kind of full-sized forward choil, a blade choil, I tend to not like the aesthetic as much, which is why if you take a Gen 4 and a Gen 3 area side by side and you see how big the choil is on the Gen 4 compared to the Gen 3, it just looks a little awkward to me. So I'm definitely, I used to have so many knives with big forward, proper forward finger choils, and I've definitely gone away from that.
See, it's funny. I find for like mid-level difficulty use, I love forward finger choils, but for true like hard use, I'm almost always in a firm hammer grip when I'm hard using, and I'm like never in the choil. So like my Demco 8020, which if you haven't, I'll need to lend you mine. But
I haven't, and I want
I think you'll love this knife
badly, but I want one in full titanium eventually, and I know that's a difficult task, but yeah, I need to get my hands on one at some point.
So not only I've seen that there's another blade shape coming, I think it's going to be one of their distributors exclusive, but I've heard rumors that there'll also be a slimmer variant as well, which will be kind of cool. I think I handled one of these, this exact one, but in full tie, and it felt too heavy for me. It's already kind of a bulky knife. But if
Right.
you do a slimmer one in all tie, I might be in on that.
Yeah.
Anyways, this knife, like it has kind of a choil spot up here that for
I
like
like
detail
that.
stuff, I come up, but it's not a full choil, right? It's just almost like half of the crescent.
Yeah.
And this to me is like what I classify as an adventure knife. This is like if I am only picking one knife from my collection to forever be my outdoor folder that's going hiking with me and backpacking and camping and like outdoor knife, this is the one, right? And every time I've hard used this one, I've never found myself up in the forward choil. That's just like a detail thing, you know?
Right.
So if I'm maybe processing cardboard, that's about as hard use as I'll get using a forward choil. And so, yeah, I don't know. I love forward finger choils, but it's interesting the more I've thought about it over time, the harder I use a knife, the less I want one. And I think a lot of people
Yeah.
conflate it as being like a hard use feature. And maybe other people just hard use their knives differently than I do. But I almost think of it as like a disqualifier of being like a true hard use design because
Yeah.
I don't know who's using one when they're really bearing down on a knife. Even the PM2, if I'm using a PM2 hard, I'm not in the forward choil.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like on a native or a sage or something like that, I will use the forward choil on these. And part of that I think is because of the nub, which
Mm,
some people hate the nub on a Spyderco choil, but it
I don't
leaves
mind.
me feeling pretty confident that I'm going to stay in the choil. But what I find is that aesthetically, but also functionally, if I'm not in the choil, I just feel like my hand is so far away from the cutting edge.
Mm,
So like I have this almost an expectation or at least a desire for the cutting edge to start
come right up to you.
as close to my index finger as possible. Um,
You need a Puko.
yeah, right, exactly. So yeah, it's just interesting, little preferences change over time, and if we played this conversation back or this video back 6 months from now, who the hell knows, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm constantly learning more about what I do and don't like and what works for me, and that's part of the fun, right? That's the journey. So
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Like, look, I bet looking back on my early YouTube videos, even my taste has evolved since I started making videos 9 months ago. Uh,
yeah, there's
and
videos that I wish I could. Well, I would never take one down, but like there are videos that I would watch and look at my conclusions on a knife, and it's like I don't feel that way about that knife at all anymore. Like my opinion's completely different than it was when I filmed it, you know, a year ago. But um, yeah,
yeah,
it's like I can't always spend months with a knife, and so
yeah. I don't
um,
think there are any that I feel like I was at all untruthful about, or that I would even necessarily like disagree with that I came to those conclusions. It's just that now I would look at the knife actually differently. So like
yeah,
my take on it would be different now. But to be fair, my take again in another 9 months would be different from how it is now,
true,
perceivably. So it's like
yeah,
there's never going to be a perfect time to like
right,
encapsulate everything about knives and have it be unchangingly true. Like it's much like everything we've talked about, it's all like moving targets and
yeah. I think your approach, though, doing effectively 3 videos per knife, essentially, I appreciate that because it gives me that first, like, you've never seen it before, never touched it before. You're literally unboxing it and seeing it and holding it for the first time, and you get that raw reaction, right? Which sometimes is just like an emotional reaction that changes over time.
right.
But I think it's important to get that experience, then to have the first impressions where you're taking some time to sit with the knife. Maybe you've had it in your pocket for a day or two, and um, you've formulated some thoughts,
Hmm.
and they may be very different from some of the commentary in the first impression, or I'm sorry, in the unboxing.
Right.
Then you take more time and spend a week, 2, 3, 4 weeks with a knife, get some use on it, really get a sense for how it carries in the pocket, and then kind of give your full review and your final thoughts. And seeing the contrast between those 3 videos from the unboxing to the first impressions to the final review is interesting because often it follows a trajectory that you might expect, where it's like your opinion pretty much stays the same. In other cases, it's like first impression or unboxing might be like, oh my God, this thing is legit. But maybe once you spend time with it, yeah. So I like that you do it that way. Not only does it provide more content as a viewer, as a fan, but I think the type of content that it provides is actually valuable. I don't know that anybody else does it quite like that I know of, that I've seen. A lot of people do unboxings, but I think to do it very prescribed that way
Mhm.
makes a lot of sense, and it's something I appreciate because, if I get a knife and I say I'm going to review this knife and carry it for a week, open some mail, then do a review, um, you're it doesn't tell the whole story, and I feel like the way that you've compartmentalized each step is able to tell the full story.
I appreciate that. No, it's definitely not a perfect process, and I can't pretend that it is, because a lot of the time there is inherently quite a bit of overlap. And so, like, there are certainly some cases where, like, my first impressions and my full review were pretty much the same talking points. And I didn't like,
Right.
whether I already knew it was bad or already knew it was good, like, nothing else changed. But I still, to me, it's important to me to honor that process, because I just don't want to ever catch myself getting lazy about reviewing a knife. And I
Right.
think that builds in kind
Yeah.
of an insurance policy against my own tendencies toward laziness, right? Like, I, if I don't know, I've gotten the sense from some channels, and again, not to throw shade at anybody, like, I no hard feelings against any other content creators, but if I've noticed that somebody's posting a full review of a knife 24 hours after they did their unboxing, and I know it just came out, it's not even like, oh, that's because they posted it close together, but they like unboxed it the day it came out, they did their full review the very next day. I know that's how long they've had it. I can't stand it when their talking points are like, sound like they're based on experience, because to me,
Right.
I know in 24 hours I can't learn all that I should learn about a knife to talk about it in that way. And so, yeah,
Right.
maybe that's the way I'm wired too. I try to be very delicate. Sometimes I'm indelicate, but I try to be very cognizant of what I'm actually saying, and that I'm not just like spewing words about a knife because it's what I'm trying to make a video of for content. I want to really be thinking through the whole process. And I don't know. Yeah, I just feel like it's an insurance policy for myself. Like, it
Yeah.
does give me more content, which is great, because I like posting a lot. And I obviously, we've been going for over 3 hours now. I'm not short on things to say.
Nice.
Um,
Yeah.
but it's not as much about just having another video to post, like some angry people in the comments have tried to say that they think
Right.
it really is, because there have been several cases where in a first impressions I was either leaning kind of against or kind of for a knife, and then by the full review it went totally the other way. Like
Right.
the Vero knives that I reviewed, I had the Synapse and the Impulse both as loaners, and in my first impressions I had really high hopes for those knives because I'd been seeing them. Everybody who talked about them was saying only positive things. I didn't know if that was because they were Joseph Vero's friends, or if it was because they're trying to make sure they like kept the value high because they wanted to sell. Like, I didn't know what their motivations were. I just knew I'd only heard good things. And then I
Yep.
got these knives in hand, and they weren't what I was expecting. They functioned differently than I could really wrap my mind around. And so it's like my first impressions video on those knives was not that positive. I was trying to be fair. I wasn't like berating them, but it wasn't very good. And then over the course of that week, I learned more about them. I actually had a phone call with Joseph Vero to talk to him
Yep.
about philosophy and like why he designed them the way he did. And then the full reviews were very positive. And it wasn't because Joseph offered me money or because he like became a friend, or like, I was still very objective in the full reviews, but I learned more about them. I figured out what made those knives kind of tick, and it changed. And it's like, I need to allow the space for that to happen because otherwise I feel like you're just making snap judgments on tools that are designed to be used forever and are designed to last for lifetimes is like kind of unfair. A week is probably even too short, but that's kind of my minimum space.
Yeah, I think as long as you're being honest with yourself and kind of doing your due diligence, then you're fine. I think what I see a lot of now, I mean, now I'm more of a content consumer by far than I am a content creator.
You've got a
Uh,
big library though of stuff you've already made. That doesn't go bad.
yeah, I've got a decent library, and ironically, like the subscriptions, people continue subscribing to channels. Oddly enough, even if you haven't posted a video in months, it's weird how a channel can continue to grow. Like my ad revenue is the same, if not higher now than it was 6 months ago when I was posting several times a week, which is weird. But yeah, I think if you're being honest and doing your due diligence, then that's really all you can ask for. So I think you do a really good job of that, and yeah, I do see a lot of people who I think, right, we live in kind of a world of sound bites and headlines and instant gratification, and what I see in YouTube especially is not that people want to be thorough, or that they want to be fair, or that they want to put in the work, but they just want to be first, right?
Right.
Like, okay, this knife was released, bought it the day it was released, paid for overnight shipping, got a video out like an hour after I opened it, right? So that I can have the first video on YouTube about this knife so I can get the most clicks. And I find those to be a bit disingenuous and frankly ill-informed, because there's just frankly not enough time. And so Denzel Washington has a quote that I love. He's talking about the news media, and he says, you don't have to be right, you just have to be first.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I'd rather somebody be right, and put the time into it. Let's put it this way. I would rather watch you review a knife a month after it came out than I would watch a lot of other people review that same knife the day it came out. Like I'd rather wait to get feedback from certain content creators that I trust than to just see the quick hits where we're just trying to get clicks. So
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I
keep
definitely
it up,
think
man.
it's a
Yeah.
vicious cycle though, because there are obviously advantages to being first monetarily and otherwise.
Sure.
And I could see it being an easy trap to get caught in, but yeah, I don't know. Like I would love it if I were in a position, and hopefully this will happen as time goes on, but if I could get an advanced copy of a knife and be ready to do a full review by the time
Right.
that it goes live, like that would
Yeah.
be awesome. When I got
Yeah.
the River's Edge Cutlery PM2,
Mm-hmm.
I've become close with the guys at River's Edge Cutlery. We talk a lot. They've helped me a lot. I've given them tips and pointers of things that I know, and like we just have a good, fun relationship. And they're very supportive of the channel, and I like using them. So I have no problem like shamelessly promoting them, right?
Yeah. They're one of my favorite retailers. Top 3 for sure.
So they were really, really cool and got me that knife a few days early, not crazy early, but a couple days early while they were getting ready for their site to do the launch and all that. Like I had one arrive to me. And so I shot my unboxing, which I just like saved. And then I had it for like 2 days, and I shot a first impressions while field testing it, like using it. I think I batoned with it even. I was like
Yeah, you did.
having fun with it, right?
Yeah.
And I put that first impressions video live as the knife went live on their site, which was amazing for me, because then everybody who just got one, the first place they go to confirm the purchase they just made is they want to see if there's a video of it, because they want to
Right.
watch knife porn while they wait for the real thing to get there, right?
Right.
So that video did really, really well. And like if I can get to a point where companies, where it's worth it for them to send me an advanced product so that that kind of thing happens, there's content as the knife goes live, like if that becomes a thing that's realistic, I would love to do that. But yeah, I have too much, I don't know if it's like pride in my own process or integrity or whatever you want to call it, to like talk out my ass about a knife that I don't know anything about yet. Like,
Yeah.
that one was also a special exception too, where it's another PM2. Yeah, it's not a brand new
Right.
knife model. And so giving my first impressions on a knife that I've already had several of and used hard in other applications is like, that's easy to do. But
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's a weird balance because the companies also, they don't like, it's fun for them when the YouTubers play their game and try to buy it
Yeah.
first and get it first. And then
Right.
as a consumer, sometimes if that stuff is limited, like if I make my video a month after the knife came out, it might not be available to buy anymore. If I do that with this
Yeah.
EDC supply knife, you can't buy one in this configuration right now. Those carbon ones will be the last to come out, and my full review will go live after the last ones have been sold.
Yeah, there's definitely a balance that has to be created because, especially when you're a monetized channel, which I think personally, once you become eligible to be monetized at what is it, 1,000 subs?
Yeah.
I personally think everybody should, because
I
why
hit it
the
the
hell not?
second I hit 1,000. Yeah.
But yeah, so you have to find that balance of like, yes, you need to have integrity, but at the same time, like I know for me, if I'm looking at a product from a consumer point of view, just yesterday I was looking at vacuum cleaners of all things, um, and I was looking for videos on a couple specific ones that I kind of narrowed it down to, and I was just looking for the ones that had the most views
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like I don't know why, but I don't necessarily look for when they were released. But if I see the same product, one video has 250,000 views, the other one has 100,000, I'm going for the 250 because there's got to be some reason why more people are watching that
Right.
particular version. So yeah, you have to balance that because you don't necessarily want to be the one who people are skipping just because there's another video that has more views than yours does,
Mm-hmm.
um, because ultimately that's money out of your pocket. Which, and you mentioned this in a recent video, which I think it was a. I like the way you spoke about it, which is people should be shameless, frankly, in admitting that they're monetized and trying to put out as much content as they can. And if a company wants to send products, especially if there's no strings attached, and this is something I battled for a long time, and had to put a couple companies in their place a couple times, but for the most part they were pretty cool. Getting that merchandise that comes free of charge, and kind of taking all of those advantages that you can when it's something that's either a supplement to your income that you're counting on or a primary source of income. I think a lot of people, and I was a little hesitant at first myself when I hit 1,000 subs. I was like, am I selling out if I get
Right.
monetized? Like, no, I'm not selling out. I am a nobody. I have 1,001 subscribers. Nobody knows who the hell I am. I'm not selling out. I'm trying to recoup a little bit of the money to make up for the time and effort that I put into what I'm putting out there. So I appreciated the kind of the way you phrased that message because I think more people need to hear that.
Yeah. I think it's also a reality of the time that
Yeah.
we live in. Like,
Yeah.
and I have a unique perspective on it because for years, my wife's job, career, whatever you want to call it, what she's done professionally has been Instagram influencing, which is like the dirty term, right?
Right.
And most influencers don't even want to like call themselves that term. I feel like it's a weird word in this
Right.
day and age. But like for her, there's tremendous value for the brands that work with her because she's able to take their product, which they send for free. And at this point in her career, and for a while now, it's not just that they send a free product, it's that they pay her to
Right.
promote that product. What
Right.
she does isn't review based. It's just taking curated images, talking about the product, putting it in front of an audience. But she's also selective about what products she'll take because she doesn't
Right.
want something she's uncomfortable promoting, right? And so what I do with the channel is different than that, but it's also very similar. Like
Yeah.
if I get to a point and I'll say this openly all along the way. If I get to a point where it makes financial sense for a company to not just send me a product, but to pay me to feature it on my channel by reviewing it, as long as at the entire time they allow me to retain my ability to be objective and honest and to give my sincere thoughts about the product, whether it's positive or negative, then to me, that's not only not a bad thing, but I think that's a very good thing, because that allows me to have more autonomy to keep making more and more content, to keep putting more of myself into it. And I don't think it detracts from the type of content you get. In fact, it enhances it, right? Because the more that I'm able to like make doing this right now, it's very small potatoes. I'm not
Right.
raking in the money here with my 4,000 and some odd subs. Like, but the deeper it gets and the more it becomes profitable, like my wife's content has gotten better and better and better over time. And she's able to be selective about who she works with and when, and take the projects she wants. And like, there's some level of freedom to
Right.
make better content that comes with making money from making the content. And to pretend that because it's knives or firearms, or like, I feel like specifically in these kind of niche communities, a lot of people are like, oh, well, they got paid to do that review, that means they're a liar. If they didn't tell you they got paid to do that review, then it's a little suspect. But like, if someone's not hiding the ball, then
Right.
what are you afraid of? You know, I just don't see the big conflict of interest there. And as long as people can always trust that I am being honest and that I'm holding these companies accountable to, if I contract to get the knife for free or to get paid to review the knife, that they're allowing me the ability to be honest, then to me, it's fine.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I've had a lot of companies that have been really great. You just recently reviewed the Refine EP1 pens.
Love
They had
that.
they sent me a few of them. It's been a long time since I've kind of been away from YouTube for a while now, but they sent me a few back in the day, and they were super cool about it. They were like, "Hey, you want to check out these pens?" And I looked, and I was like, they looked very interesting and stylish, and I
Mm-hmm.
was very interested. And I said, yeah, I'd be happy to take a look. And I kind of gave them just a couple sentences on kind of my expectations, which is, a like, what, to what extent can I use these? Do they need to be returned? And what are your expectations?
Mm-hmm.
And they actually at the time said that if I was unhappy with them, if I didn't like them, I was welcome to say so and to put out whatever content I want to. Just be honest. We want honest feedback, um, and just gave me full autonomy to say and do whatever I wanted to.
Yeah.
I was like, cool. So I'm gonna get 3 cool pens that I can keep or give away, and it gives me content and it gives them exposure. And I didn't really see any downside to that. There were other times where I remember one pretty big flashlight company reached out to me and wanted to send me a few specific models, and they wanted me to review them and compare them against a couple other specific competitor models, and that if my thoughts were negative, to just that they would not want a video to be posted. And I told them basically to eat shit, and just didn't deal with them. But 98% of my experiences with vendors and third parties has been nothing but positive.
Yeah. And
Um,
most people get it. Like, if they know what your channel is or what my channel is, they know that we're reviewers, not promoters, right?
right.
Like, if the company who's reaching out to me sees me as a reviewer, then what's valuable to them and the reason they're reaching out to me, or that the conversation is progressing, is because they think it's valuable to have a reviewer review the product. Like, and
Yeah.
that's a differentiator, right? So I've even gone so far with certain people to ask, like, are you looking for product promotion or are you looking for a product review? Because what I do at this point is not product promotion. I'm not just
Right.
going to shamelessly, like, this is amazing, you should all go buy it, because I have invested by spending my own money on gear and being very delicate about like what gear I'll take, and by making sure that I phrase things the right way and take the right time and be very honest over the course of my entire channel. I've invested that amount of energy and effort to make sure that I feel I'm trustworthy, right? And so there's more value in that long term to me than getting paid, even if someone offered me 10 grand to like give a phenomenally positive review for whatever knife it is. And then I think it sucks and I give a positive review, but hey, I got 10 grand. Like that's not worth it to me because I look at this as a much more long-term thing.
Right.
Like selling out for any dollar amount is the wrong move. And so, yeah, I think if people understand you're a reviewer, we're asking you to review the product, we'll give it to you for free to do that, then that's fine. But don't ask me to be a promoter. Like I'm not going to stand on the curb with flyers for you.
I always tell my team at work, they report to me. I always tell them that building and earning trust from other people happens over the course of weeks, months, and years. Oh, yeah. Losing somebody's trust happens in seconds. So if you've put a lot of time and effort into building trust, whether it's with a relationship you built with a retailer or a manufacturer or your audience, that takes time and effort. And yeah, you can dig that up pretty quick.
It ain't cheap.
No, not at all. So yeah, I think you've got to. I mean, your attitude and philosophy around what you're doing, how you do it, why you do it, I think is healthy and it makes a lot of sense to me. So I think your approach is, especially for being as new as your channel is, to have grown as much as you have and to have already built as many relationships as you have. I feel like you've got a good perspective on things. It's like you haven't let it like create some ego, and you're philosophically consistent, I guess is the best way I can put it, right? Like you do what you say what you do, and there's consistency there that people can expect, and I don't think really you can do a whole lot more than that. So I think you're on the fast track to stardom, my friend. So I know I always look forward to your videos, and
I look forward to yours. I just don't get enough of them these days.
Yeah, I know.
So I one question for you. I know we've been going for a real long time here, but
yeah, you may have to trim this down. I don't know if you're
you'd have to make it a 2-part or something.
Subs aren't going to want to watch my ass for 3.5 hours. I know that's for sure.
I always make people watch my entire video. Because you've kind of taken a step back from your channel, at least in terms of the regularity with it. Mm-hmm. And even you took like a few months off from like Facebook, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so about 3 months.
You've kind of taken this step back, which I haven't done ever, but I think is very commendable, and I can see all kinds of reasons for it and all that. But I just wonder, would you say that the way you look at what type of content you want to create now is different than it was before that little break? Like, have you changed on what types of videos you want to film next week and next month? Or is it you want to make the same content but make it less regular? Or is it a new vision moving forward, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah. So there's not really necessarily a clearly defined vision. I haven't really committed to myself yet that there's going to be like a regular cadence with which I'll upload content, but my philosophy around what I do put out, it has definitely changed. So when I first started out, and for the first several months, probably year, it was just kind of putting out as much as I conceivably could with what was going on in my life at the time, and just whatever I could fit in around work and family. Yeah. But it was like just a lot of loners, a lot of kind of get buy the newest budget knife. It's only $30. Do a review on it, get some content out there. And it was just kind of more of a game of volume for me. Now it's more just what I want to do a video on. So like I stopped enjoying filming and putting out videos. Essentially, is what happened after about 14 months, probably. It just the joy kind of went away. It just started to feel more like a job. And so now when I do make a video, it's because I just really wanted to cover that topic, whatever that might be. So like I did the one on my fanny pack recently, because I hadn't done an EDC update, and I wanted to talk about kind of the more minimalist approach. And
you did the how to eat responsibly one. I feel like your topics have got deeper. That's kind of what made me.
Yeah. And then I'm going to be doing one. It's already filmed. I'll probably maybe in a week or so put it out on a trauma kit that I built. I've been a licensed paramedic for about 15 years, and so medical stuff's really important to me. And I had recently built some what I think are very comprehensive and well thought out trauma kits, and it's something that excites me, and so I wanted to film that. But like with knives, I have so many that I could review that I've had for months and months at this point that I haven't. And I may start doing that a little more. But yeah, the kind of the break I took was was just kind of my wife and I had our second child in April, right when COVID really was starting to hit hard. There were some minor complications that kept us in the hospital, my son in the NICU for about a week. And we were just super busy taking care of him. And at the time, I had just been promoted at work and was working like 75 hours a week. It was just life was so busy with my family and my job, and everything was and is going just fine. But I just didn't have the time or the energy really to put into it. So I just kind of took a step back. And then Facebook was, as with a lot of social media, was just, I was really only there for like the knife groups.
That's
all the other noise was I just wanted a break from it. So now what I did, and a lot of people probably don't know this, they may be hearing it for the first time now. I basically unfriended like all of my friends on Facebook, like people that are in my actual circle of friends, because I talk to them, we text and we call. Like I don't need to be their Facebook friend. All of my Facebook friends currently, if you're my friend on Facebook, it's within this community. So like Facebook is now effectively the same as Instagram for me. It's the same people that I'm friends with. It's just, I'm in knife groups. And so I don't see any of the random bullshit that people and acquaintances are posting. I only see stuff from my friends within the hobby and in the groups. And so that's been refreshing to kind of come at it from a slightly different angle than I was before. So I feel like I have a different level of control at this point over kind of how I'm approaching things than I did previously, which has been nice. So
yeah, I think it's funny. I haven't really used Facebook for the like appropriate Facebook features
right
in really years. Like before knife groups, I would, if I got notifications, I'd check it kind of, but I haven't like just perused through my Facebook feed in a long, long time. Like even the last time I did for a minute was months ago. And if I ever get like 2-3 posts deep of just like people from high school and like all that stuff, I couldn't.
It's clogging up all your knife content.
But so I use the groups feature, and I'll look at my groups page, and then I'm a moderator in Edge Addicted, which you are as well, and moderator in the Millie Club. And
you are. Congrats on that, by the way.
Thank you. But yeah, so like I keep tabs on a couple of Facebook groups for knives, and the rest of the app might as well not even exist because it's like I'm not on Twitter. I also don't like that platform.
Same.
Like, I just want to go to the places where I get something out of it. And like Instagram for me is a creative outlet where I can share photos that I take, and I enjoy that part of the hobby, and I enjoy the communication I have with group chats, especially in there. And then Facebook is like its own type of knife content that's different from Instagram, and there's value there for me. But like, other than those things, I just feel like social media only has as much power as you give it. And so I totally respect and love the idea, like you
Yeah,
that you just cut out the part of it that was unhealthy, and you understand that the healthy part of your relationship with your friends doesn't come from Facebook anyways. Like, you can
exactly.
with these people in real life, and that's better than being
Yeah,
friends. But the knife pages, like, those people you can't hang out with in real life, and they're
right.
positive, not negative, and so they make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in so many knife groups, and I love it now because my feed in Facebook is just stuff that I'm interested in, and posts posts from friends of mine who are still my friends on Facebook, but they're from the community. Instagram, God, I don't know how many group chats I'm in. It's insane. But I love it. It's always a lot of fun. And like, I don't follow anything or anybody on Instagram that's not like a retailer, a manufacturer of knives or guns, or people like yourself who are in the hobby. Like, I don't follow random hot chicks, supermodels, celebrities, actresses, athletes. Could care less. It's literally just it's all about the hobby for me. So
I already on Instagram, like, this sounds conceited and weird, and I don't like the idea of considering myself any kind of like personality or whatever. That's just, if I'm every time someone makes a comment that I'm like famous in the EDC world, I always make the joke that if I'm famous, we're all in really big trouble, because
right,
I am very small potatoes, especially now. I've what, 6,000 Instagram followers. That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what real follower accounts are. YouTube
right,
in the 4,000, nothing. Like, I don't have any sense of like, oh, I'm big. So I say that, keep that in mind. But on Instagram, I probably follow like 1,000 people. Um, and it's too many because I don't see a lot of the stuff that I do want to see. And they're
right.
all knife pages, every
Yeah,
single one. But there's so many like cool content creators who I've had at least passive conversations with, or like, they're cool dudes and I like what they post. But the problem is, now I'm noticing I don't see a lot of the things that are like from actual real close friends who I talk to all the time and are doing knife
yeah,
stuff. And so I even, like, my knife page is separate from my personal. I never even log into my personal anymore, other than like
yeah,
to make sure I like my wife's post. It's that's just
yeah.
kind of
That's important. I
it's
had to
hard.
recently kind of do like a purge almost because the same thing. I was following too many pages, and so my feed, I was just missing content from a lot of people that I didn't want to be missing, and
Mhm.
so I just kind of took a critical look at the companies and retailers and individuals I was following and trimmed it down a little bit, um, to only probably a couple hundred. Um,
I should do that. It's just really
but
hard for me who to who
it
to.
is, yeah, it is hard. It definitely is hard. But once I did that, my feed, it's so much more curated to what I'm actually interested in, and I'm getting the content from those that I really want to be getting it from. So
And the people you do engage with, you're probably engaging like more effectively with, right? Because you're not so
yeah,
with all this stuff that you're just hitting
right,
on. It's actually stuff you want to see from people you want to communicate with, so you can take a moment to look at the photo they posted, actually see what it is, before just like, I catch myself all the time just because
yep,
I know these are people who will appreciate the like from me, and I'm sure I like what's in the picture, but I don't have long enough to really sit and look at it.
yeah,
The wrong way to do Instagram. I'm
I
doing,
know.
but like,
I
that's
still do that. Yeah, Ye-
2021.
yeah,
Should be
that's the
taking,
world we live in.
when a friend of mine posts a photo that they worked on, like, they took the time to take with their nice camera or their phone, whatever it is, they took the time to edit it. They picked it from which one they want. Like, they curated that post. I should do them the favor of spending more than 2 seconds to look at it and make it at least 10, and
Yeah,
notice what's going on in it. But
yeah,
it's
it's such a
social
weird.
that way.
The social media landscape is one that is so. I find it so odd, but also fascinating. Just the time we live in and how, like, for some people, whether or not their photo is liked is grossly skewed. Like, it's the most important thing to that person.
Right.
And this may just be a random individual who posts a picture of themselves, and their self-worth is tied
Related. Yeah.
directly to how they're perceived on social media, which I think is super unhealthy and causes a lot of problems for a lot of people. So, um, although I certainly I see who likes my photos and who comments, and I try to make it a point to always reply to comments,
Mhm.
um,
Same.
and I'll occasionally comment as well, on other people's posts. But I try to, like, when when you refresh your feed, if I'm not mistaken, it will pop up in like the upper right hand corner, just like the number of comments and likes you've had like since your last login. Maybe it'll
Yep.
have, like, 100 hearts and 12 little comment icons. I try to, like, not look at it until it, like, automatically goes away, and
Mhm.
then just kind of scroll through, and if I see a comment, I'll reply to it, so that I'm not focused so much on, like, the number of likes. Because I mean, frankly, I don't care, and it seems to be the same people that like most of my posts anyway. So, um,
I think there's a trap there too of like, this is something I try to remain cognizant of both for my YouTube channel and for Instagram and anywhere that I'm like posting. I think people get so sucked into, if they have success posting a certain type of image one time, like if they normally get 100 likes on what their normal stuff is, and then they post something specific and it gets 200, then they get that,
right,
oh, this is successful, right? And
yeah,
so with only one success, a lot of the time people immediately pivot and they change and they're like, this is my new direction because
right,
people like this. I got a response. I need to go this way now.
yeah,
I feel like not only is that kind of short sighted, but I think what that does for the person who's posting it is like, I've talked about this to a couple of friends of mine. The way that I make my content is the best way I've come up with for me to make content and enjoy it, not just today, but long term. Like the way I make my videos, the fact that I do it in one take, I don't spend a bunch of time editing, the way that I post my photos in places that I actually wanted to be with gear I actually wanted to bring there, and I like taking the picture, and I don't mind posting daily because I have fun with the engagement. Like that's all stuff I can do for a really long time. But if you catch yourself
yeah,
like, when you start making content, doing it the way that your commenters who are negative, or that, like if it's for any reason other than it's just the way that you think it should be done and want to do it, then you're going to
right,
find yourself down the road in a position where you hate that you're having to do this every day. Like
right,
if I get to a point where I am not looking forward to shooting videos, then I'm going to be in a very different place. But the way that I shoot them is comfortable for me. I enjoy it. It's an outlet for me. Like it feels creative and fun, and I feel better after I do it. But I also don't. It's not like working out where I dread that it's coming up either. Like I enjoy
right,
the whole process because I do it the way I do it. Whereas when I first started my channel, if I had listened to all the negative commenters, it just would have, it wouldn't have ended up being something that I could keep going for a long time. I just realized as I was finishing that thought that Sean Sean dropped off. We're at 3 hours and 37 minutes anyways. I'll give him one quick moment in case he hops back on. But if he doesn't, then I think we're gonna call it a wrap on podcast number 3. I intended when I started this podcast to make sure that I could go as long as I could, as long as was reasonable to go. It's getting late. I'm having a hard time talking to myself. Um, oh, he sent me a message that he needs to take a mad piss. All right, we'll give him one more minute to come back. Anyway, like I was saying, it was important to me when I began this podcast. One of the things that I most appreciate about, like, a very easy example is the Joe Rogan podcast, but podcasts in general, is I like the ones that don't have a time limit. The ones that aren't like, oh, we hit an hour, now we're done. I find that those feel too structured for me. I think the best information you're able to get out of people are when they are free flow and can go wherever they're naturally going to end up. And so I think this has been a good evidence of that. This conversation with Sean has been much more fun, at least for me, to be involved with, having gone this long compared to cutting it off at an hour or 2 hours, or whatever the time limit would be. So, yeah, we're going to give him one more minute. In case he doesn't come back, I'll keep talking about him. Sean is one of those channels that I would love to see make so much more content than he does now. It's funny. Sean has at this moment, I think, like over 6,000 subscribers. His channel's bigger than mine is. And I watched his channel. I don't know. I started watching it about the time he made it, I think. Oh, there he is. Sean, you're back.
I am.
I kept talking because I wasn't sure if you were gone, and then I saw the chat. Anyways, I was enlightening the viewers my take on your channel.
Okay, nice.
So I was saying your channel is one of those that not only do I think you're worthy of every subscriber that you have, because obviously after this conversation, I think you could probably tell I genuinely click with the way your mind works and the way you look at gear and all that.
Yeah.
The way that you make honest content and you're very deliberate about maintaining your integrity through the process, I think is incredibly commendable. But it's also one of those weird things where I feel like a lot of YouTubers, especially with, like, you've got 6,000 and some odd subscribers. That's more than I do at the moment. When I've mentioned your name to other people who I know watch a lot of YouTube content for knives specifically in the realm we're in, I have found a weird number of people, when I say your name or Geared Toward Gear, whether it's your name or your channel name, an odd number of people haven't known who you are. Whereas I'll mention smaller channels and people know exactly who they are.
Right.
So I think there's this weird thing where, like, the people who are subscribed to you might not be the same. I often wonder if my 4,000 subscribers, is every single one of them also subbed to Metal Complex and also subbed to Slicey Dicey and also subbed to Nick Chavez and like all these channels that are bigger than me? Do I have just part of their following, or do I have anyone who's original? And I think you have some like unique subscribers.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is about your channel that's different, or how you've maybe reached a different audience. Maybe it's all in my head, but
yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, my name's definitely not going to get you a reservation at a restaurant any quicker.
Not that I'm trying to drop you for clout, but
yeah.
So I was talking to my buddy Sean. You've probably heard of him, Geared Toward Gear, and they'll be like, I've never heard of it. It's like, he has more subscribers than I do. How do you not know who he is?
Yeah. What happened? I think so. First and foremost, that in a way actually makes me happy in a weird way. Because I think one of the things that, and I'm sure you've experienced this, no doubt you've experienced this in the last year, as you start to gain a following on YouTube or Instagram, and people start to recognize your brand, your logo, your name, it feels good. I mean, human nature would tell you that there would be some satisfaction that would come from that.
It's of success. Yeah.
At the same time, it also can feel, at least in the beginning, very awkward, because, like, at least for me, I felt so undeserving of any recognition, as if I'm doing something that anybody else with a camera couldn't do. I just happened to have a channel, right? So early on, my content was all over the place, in that it was very much not a knife channel, and I probably wouldn't describe my channel as a knife channel, because my content was just so all over the place. And so I got this kind of core group of probably like 1,000 subs in the beginning that were all very kind of loyal in terms of watching all the videos and commenting constantly. And I think because I covered just over probably that 12, 14-month period where I was really putting out content, I covered such a wide variety of topics that kind of the knife guy per se, or knife gal, who would find more entertainment value in a channel like, say, Metal Complex, for example, probably are not going to find my channel to be appealing, right? If that's kind of their
Too
jam.
many of your videos aren't just knives.
Yeah, like I got teased, like my buddies in the community give me shit for it all the time, just joking around, but like I've reviewed a comb, like a comb that you brush your hair with. I use it for my beard, but in a dedicated video about a comb, I reviewed a pair of like gloves, like winter gloves, just random stuff. A lot of pens, a lot of medical stuff, a lot of flashlights,
Mhm.
a lot of kind of more just philosophy stuff. So like if you look at my playlists and the number of videos in each category, there's a lot of categories, and it's just it's kind of a mishmash, I guess. There's not necessarily like kind of a continuity or a very clear direction, I guess. It's just kind of like whatever's trending in my brain at that moment is kind of what I would be making videos on. So
Your channel is called Geared Toward Gear. It's not called like Knives and Knives, It's
right,
I think that's fair.
right,
And part of why
yeah,
I named my channel Bearded Gear was because long term, I don't plan to only review knives. In fact,
right,
one of my highest or higher viewed videos is of my trail running shoes that I hike in, because I review
yeah,
those because they're important to me. I wanted more ability to research them when I bought them, and I didn't feel satisfied with what was there. And like long term, I plan to make a bunch of content that way. I don't
yeah.
want only locked into knives, even though that's kind of my passion.
I think though, doing it the way you're doing it, starting like not exclusively knives, because you've done other things, obviously pens and those shoes for in that example, but I
Mhm.
think starting knife heavy and building that base, and then start to pepper in other things, I think the progression becomes natural. I think your audience um, it kind of accepts that content as it comes, because it's not just kind of all over the place. I was very much all over the place, and so I think there's probably, and people would comment all the time, like if I do a flashlight video, they're like, "Oh, finally a flashlight video." They probably saw one of my flashlight videos, subbed, could give two shits about anything else I've ever put out.
6 months all of a
They're just there for the flashlights. I did a video on, yeah, I did a video on Olight flashlights pretty early on. I get like dozens of comments a week still on this video. It's been viewed like 200,000 times, by far my
crazy.
most viewed video. And yeah, I think it's just so, it appears so disjointed that the people that would really be into my channel and like all of my content would be those who are just total gear nerds who are into everything. But in fairness, my personal interest in a lot of these other subgenres has decreased over time. Like flashlights, I've got a half a dozen probably total, and not really looking for more. Same thing with pens and stuff like that. So I think if I were to say commit to one video a week, I would say at least 3 out of every 4 weeks would probably be a knife
Mm.
at this point. But yeah, a very mishmashed channel for sure. So it definitely doesn't surprise me, nor at all hurt my feelings to be not as known. But I think with you, I think you still have just a tremendous amount of growth potential, being so early on. And I experienced a similar kind of surge in that first year. I think right at the 1 year mark, roughly, I hit, I think, 5,000 subs,
Mhm.
and then basically retired, sort of, and then gained like 1,500 more since then.
That's crazy.
Um,
I'm
But
about on that same trajectory because I started my
yeah,
channel in March and I'm at like
yeah,
300 right now, I think.
but I think your growth trajectory is going to look um, ultimately much different than mine did, and I think you're going to grow much more quickly because there is a common thread and a sort of continuity to your channel that I think people can get on board with, and you definitely have, I think, more of a target audience, I guess, if I could put it that way. And then with things like this, like the podcast, I think is a great idea, especially if you get it on other platforms like iTunes and stuff like that.
Yeah, it goes
Um,
live right now on all of them.
oh, it does. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't. I knew you were planning on that. Wasn't sure if it was already.
Yeah, so
Um,
it's Anchor, which shameless plug for them.
yeah.
If you upload your audio file to Anchor, it'll literally do all the work for you to put it on
Nice.
Spotify,
Very cool.
Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, everything. Puts it on all the major ones. It's super simple. And I
Very
started
cool.
the podcast selfishly. I'll be the first to admit that. Like the amount of value for me to get out of conversations, like you and I have been talking for close to 4 hours now. Uh,
Right.
I will come out of this conversation better at reviewing knives because I'll have new perspective and new interesting thoughts to travel down in my own head.
Right.
And this is content I can post, which is great for other people. But like the value to me as the person who gets to have these conversations and have an excuse to like be captive with one person who's interesting for hours at a time is
Right.
tremendously valuable. It can only help me. And so I don't know. I've just always envied the people who have really good podcasts and get to talk to interesting people a lot because I like you, I think I'm kind of a cerebral person. I don't think our brains necessarily work identically, but I'm a deep thinker. I appreciate opportunities to really deep dive into subjects and to open new doors that I hadn't even discovered yet. And like
Right.
conversation with new people is the best way to do that. And to also refine myself because I have to get even better at communicating and being able to portray my thoughts accurately so other people can understand them, not just to a camera that's staring at me and recording, but to another human who's responding. And there's a lot that I think I'll get out of it. So
Yeah, for sure. And I'm a huge fan of Joe Rogan, who you talked about in was it your first podcast or like the intro to your podcast?
yeah,
You talked about being a fan of his, and I think one of the things that I experienced during the pandemic of 2020, which is I guess gone into this year, is that there was so much isolation because of all these different um, mandates for distancing and all that people were just very disconnected from one another. And I found myself calling my friends, just my close friends, and having these long conversations on the phone, either FaceTime or just talking on the phone, but not using social media.
mhm,
And long form discussion that's unscripted, um, I think is so valuable because again, we live in an age of sound bites and headlines and 140 characters, right? So to be able to spend time with another human being and talk about anything, whether it's knives and gear or philosophy or science or just whatever the topic of the day is, um, just the amount of education that can come out of that, I think, is um, kind of immeasurable. It's whatever you're willing to put into it. So I'm
yeah,
glad that you decided to do this. And I'm stoked that it's going to be on those other formats too, so that like driving in the car, easy to listen to.
that's the way
Um,
I can podcast. I mean, obviously
yeah,
it needs to be on my channel too, because I
right.
there are times where like I'll watch Joe Rogan on YouTube. I'm glad that it's there.
Yeah, same.
It was very important to me if I was doing a podcast that it wasn't just a YouTube thing. I wanted to like properly do a podcast. And that's kind of I think the way I am in general. Like if I'm going to do a new thing, I don't want to just like kind of maybe do it. I want to do it. I'm
Yeah,
not promising I'll do the best job at it, but I want to really do it and like give it my fair shot. And so so far I mean, this is episode number 3, and I couldn't be more glad that I decided to do this. Just like my YouTube channel, my one regret is not starting it sooner, because it's like,
Yeah,
these are the kind of things that are just, they're invaluable.
agreed. And I think long term, if I was thinking about myself, if I were going to remain in any sort of a content creation type capacity long term, which who knows, I could post a YouTube video next week and then never post one again. I mean, who knows? But I think if I were going to choose something to do long term, it would probably be something more like podcasting.
You should do it.
Because I just love the format, where it's at least two people, two or more people conversing, and I just find it to be a good source of education and humor, and it's just I think a good time for all. So I appreciate you reaching out. It's been fun talking and learning more about you and kind of your approach. And I'm serious when I say that I think the run, you just have a really long runway ahead of you, and I think you've far outpaced others who've done similar things to what we've done with YouTube. And you obviously have other people that you've watched do things, whether it's Joe Rogan podcasting, or even your wife as a career, spending time as an influencer on social media. Like, I think you've got a leg up for sure, and you're on your way. So I think as long as you want to continue doing this, you can. If I were to venture a guess, and this is a bold statement, I'm going to make a very bold statement.
Here we go.
Maybe it'll be such a bold statement that we wrap on it, or not. We can go 5 hours for all I care. But if I were to venture a guess, I would say that you'll make your living doing this for the foreseeable future, I think.
I'm going to work hard at it. That's the goal and the plan.
And you clearly are already working hard at what you're doing, and I think as long as you continue to do that, I think very quickly you'll be. I mean, obviously you're already monetized and able to have some income, but
yeah, it's a supplement for sure.
But yeah, I think sky's the limit for sure. So I'm a big fan.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that we did this. There's a ton of people that I want to have on the podcast. And I've got this whole list of people that I want to ask, and people that I have already said they'd like to be on, and all this stuff. But I felt kind of impressed that we should do this, you and I, pretty quickly, because I feel like, like I said at the very beginning, this is the first time you and I have actually had like a conversation, hearing each other's voices back and forth.
Right.
We've been in a group chat for being moderators of a group before. Like, we've interacted a good amount. And I feel like this is kind of a testament to how sometimes it can be true, where like you kind of do get to know somebody by watching enough of their videos.
Agreed, 100%.
Sometimes you can be wrong, because some people are actors on their YouTube. Like, it's not the real thing you're getting. But I feel like both you and I make a point to be pretty unfiltered and genuine and raw. And so I feel like I already had a good pulse on who you were. And it's cool to see that confirmed, because the way that this conversation has gone, the way your brain works, I not only relate to, but it's not like I feel like we're the same. I like respect it, because we're close enough that I feel like I always get what you're saying, but you're also giving me like new information that I couldn't come up with on my own, which is different than just being with a friend who thinks exactly the same as you. And it's like, oh, we agree on everything.
I feel the same way. And it definitely it doesn't feel like this is the first time we've talked.
Right.
If that makes sense. Like,
for years.
If you tried hard enough, you could probably convince me that we like talked 2 months ago, and you could probably make me believe it, because you're right. I think once you've heard somebody's voice enough, or watched them enough, or seen enough of their content, or chatted enough, you can get to know somebody, I think, within this hobby, which I think is cool. You can like truly and genuinely get to know a person through social media, virtually, within this hobby, and it be a genuine friendship or relationship that's being built. It's not just some fake thing where you're hidden behind an avatar. And I think this sort of kind of inaugural conversation between the two of us, I think, is a good testament to that.
You're the first of many, too. First of all, you're starting a podcast now, so you're going to have me on.
There you go.
Second,
be my first guest.
And on mine. But yeah, no, I genuinely, I don't know. It's interesting how some conversations, obviously, everyone can relate to this, feel a little bit forced. Others feel very natural. I feel in general, EDC being the common ground with people, when I talk to people who are also like in this world, it's not hard for me to have a conversation. But there are some that just seem to like click more than others, you know.
Right.
And, I think just the way that your brain works, I appreciate. And I don't know, I love that this podcast is a format where I can, with no like qualms about it, we probably, if you timed these 4 hours, which we're literally about to pass, if you timed this and you segmented it by how much we talked about knives, it's maybe half, 2/3 at the most.
You're probably right.
And so the idea of having EDC be the common ground, but have a conversation that can be, I think, at least for me, very valuable and entertaining. And I'm glad that I had it. And about like content creation and like almost worldviews.
Yeah.
Of what we share as the common ground.
Right.
Really cool thing. So I hope that comes through for the listeners. I don't know, because it's impossible for me to now listen to this without having been the one who experienced it. So let me know whether it was valuable for them as well. But I think this is exactly what the vision for my podcast was. We're at 4 hours. We didn't have a time limit. We didn't have a list of things we wanted to talk about. There's nothing down that like I needed to get to, you know, like it was just conversation for the sake of conversation and was interesting. And it's what I think I would want to listen to. So,
no, I agree. As a listener, this is the type of content that I personally like to consume. And for anyone that's made it past the 4 hour mark, what you just said is true. And there was actually a conversation about like, how's this going to work? Like, do we just say we're recording and just go? Like, there were no text messages or phone calls beforehand to get to know each other any better than we already did. It was literally just, here's a link, click it, we'll be in the chat, and we'll start talking.
At 30 seconds after you clicked in, I was like, all right, you ready? I'm hitting record.
Yeah, exactly. I asked you one question, and it was like, or I think I made a comment like, I hope I don't have to take a piss during the podcast.
Which I outlasted you.
Which, you know, I thought I was going to make it. I wasn't expecting it to go 4 hours. I'm perfectly glad it did. I could honestly go another 4 hours, but it couldn't quite keep all that fresca contained. But man, it's been a lot of fun. I appreciate it.
Well, I think we are at probably a pretty concise place to end it. I know you're much later than I am. It's like 1 a.m. there.
A little after. Fortunately, I'm off work tomorrow. My company just made MLK Day a holiday, so get to sleep in a little bit.
I appreciate it nonetheless. You're a trooper, man. I'm behind you, and even for me, it feels a little late. So I appreciate it. This will definitely not be the last podcast that we do together. Again, for those of you who made it all the way to the end here, well done. I'm not sure whether to apologize or say thank you, but this has been a lot of fun. So you can find Sean on YouTube at Geared Toward Gear. Your Instagram is also Geared Toward Gear, correct?
Yeah, it is.
And anything else that people should be aware of to find you or anything like that? Or
no, I do have a Facebook, like a Geared Toward Gear Facebook page. It's essentially a carbon copy of Instagram. Everything automatically posts there. There are a number of people that I've built relationships with through YouTube who do not have Instagram. and for whatever reason are kind of opposed to it, but do have Facebook. So I did create kind of a space there, but it's just a duplicate effectively of
Perfect.
Instagram. So
I need to
yeah,
make one.
yeah, and then I've got an email address of some sort. I can't remember what it is now. Gear Toward Gear One or something like that. But yeah, all the kind of pedigree contact info is in the description of all my videos. So if you click on a video, check the description, you'll see all that fun stuff. So
Perfect. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then Geared Toward Gear will be linked in the description of my video. I'll link to his Instagram, heck, that Facebook page, and to his YouTube channel, so you can find him at those. If you're listening, and I don't know if that's even possible for me to link stuff wherever you're listening, so that's not going to happen. But yeah, this has been a really good time, man. It definitely will not be the last, and yeah, we'll do this again on your new podcast and here.
sounds good, man. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
All right, dude. Take care.